It's always great to be here at the Pettit and to be able to do day one. Get a gold medal under my belt in the 1500. This is going to be a nice springboard into the 1,000 meter on Sunday.
Day one is in the books, and the stars were definitely the stars on day one. You just heard from Brittany Bowe. She won the gold in the women's 1500, and Jordan Stoltz won the gold in the men's 1500. Welcome to the Pettit National Ice Center in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. U.S. Speed Skating proud to present the U.S. Long Track Championships. I'm Ted Rutan, joined by Brian Hansen, three-time Olympian. And Brian, today we will start off with the 500 meters in their second time around.
Yeah, excited to be here. Was watching races all day yesterday. Super excited races. And here we go. Pair one's off.
Our first pairing has Valentina Vargas on the inner from Colombia, and Barb Johnson, one of our senior skaters, our master skaters, in the outer.
So I think I saw that this is actually Valentina's is one of her first, maybe her first long track meet this weekend. And Barb Johnson, she's been around for a long time. I'm super impressed with her as a masters skater out here. She skates like honestly, she's a teenager, and it's incredible for her age, seeing her do what she does. By the way, her personal best time in the 500, I think, is from 1990, back when Milwaukee was, I believe, an outdoor rink. And that was actually only 2 seconds off of her personal best time back from 1990.
Very impressive for her first event today. And here comes Valentina Vargas. Again, some of the Colombian skaters getting their first opportunity at this type of this stage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, this is definitely good experience. I mean, this is a big meet to be in, I'd say, for especially your first long track competition. So, much respect to all these people that are newer to the sport, coming out and racing in a big competition.
Our next pairing features Avery Hayes and Natalie Rodriguez Hasselback. Natalie also in the 15 over.
Ready to begin pair number 2. Starting on the inner out of Salt Lake City, Utah, Avery Hayes. And on the outer, Natalia Rodriguez Hasselback. Go to the start.
Avery skated a 48.8 yesterday, and Natalie skated a 48.3 yesterday. So just keep those times in mind. See what if they're able to achieve a weekend personal best.
And this one should be looks to be a close matchup here for this pairing.
Yeah, this is absolutely, I mean, neck and neck down the first 100.
13.03 for Natalia and 13.08 for Avery on their opener.
A little, almost saved it coming into that second turn.
Avery with that spill. Hope she's okay.
Avery. Finish in a time of 47.98.
So Avery with a time of 47.98.
And that is actually about a full second faster than her 500 yesterday. So congrats to Avery on the fast time. She's a second year C, so definitely coming up. And it will be exciting to see what she can do in these coming years.
Our next pairing will have Finley Descard and Audrey Hahn. Finley, a C2, Explain maybe so some of the people might understand when we say a C2 or a B1, as we have in this example right here.
Sure. So our junior classifications are typically, you can, when you enter the years of being a junior, you become a C1 and then a C2 and then a B, a first year B, a second year B, a first year A, a second year A. So that's kind of how you progress through the ranks. And then typically the junior world team is made up of A's and B's. Those are the older skaters. So C's are younger.
Finley on the inner, Audrey Hahn on the outer. And there's splits. 13.03 for Audrey and 13.28 for Finley.
It's another great pairing.
Students now in the corners with the exit. Here they come.
And it looks like a nice run there for Audrey Hahn.
Looks like both skaters from Puget Sound. So should be. This is actually a club that's typically, that doesn't have a long track rink right by them, but they are a club that's focused on long track. So it's impressive to see them come out here and do these races, and they're competitive too. So hats off to Puget Sound.
Next up, we'll have Vonna Schill and Caitlin Lee. They'll be ready here in a moment. So talk about that. When they don't have the long track to practice on, how do they prepare for the long track championships?
Sure. So I think, one way is through short track. Many of them will fly out for weekend competitions like this. Long track is one sport where a lot of people have backgrounds that aren't specifically long track. For example, inlining, short track speed skating, and you're able to progress to a pretty high level actually in this sport without an incredible amount of time on long track.
And on the outer, out of Renton, Washington, Caitlin Lee.
So as we mentioned a moment ago, Vonna Schill on the inner and Caitlin Lee starting in the outer.
So I actually had the opportunity to coach Vonna at a junior camp last year, and she has an incredible start. Actually, both of these young ladies are off to a really nice start. 12.7, well, according to our screen, 12.7, 13.5. It's probably a little faster on the board.
12.5 for Caitlin Lee and 13.09 for Vonna Schill. And she actually even had a bit of a stumble at the start, but normally, as you say, is a good starter.
Gators now in the corner.
Yeah, the 500 is a little bit difficult to make up for a big slip, but, I think they both seem to be doing well right now. We'll see comparison to their times yesterday as they cross the finish here.
Caitlin with a time of 46.36, and Vonna Schill at 48.29.
That is just off, I think, what they were doing yesterday. So that, part of that could have been the slip. But I think overall good races looks like compared to their personal best times.
Next up, we'll have Keely Whitcomb and Elise Stave.
Keely did a 47.07 yesterday, and Elise did a 45.83 yesterday.
Both are B1 skaters, so
on the outer, out of Roseville, Minnesota,
just starting to enter the more elite ranks of junior age.
clean start for both.
Pair 5 underway. Evie Whitcomb opens up on the inner. The time of 12.52 and Elise with a time of
12.52 for Keeley and 12.79 for Elise.
And in the previous event, it was Caitlin Lee posting a personal best. And here come our skaters.
Looked like it was a little bit far off the block on that outer lane. I think that would be Keeley.
Elise Stave closing in on the finish.
So Elise Stave comes in at 45.57 and Keeley at 46.58.
58. That is a personal best for Elise.
And Elise had a good run yesterday, and today that's a personal best.
That's awesome. There's been a lot of personal bests this weekend. Exciting to see. I know the Pettit's always done, and Paul Golomsky have done an incredible job getting this ice in incredible condition for these peak performance races.
On the outer out of New Berlin, Wisconsin, Nastasia Raludovic.
So on this next pairing, Elise's sister Elena Stave is on the inner. Natasha Radulovic on the outer.
Natasha had a 44.7 yesterday in the 500.
This is pair number 6.
And I believe Elena had a 46.2 yesterday, so let's see how this race plays out.
Nastasia 12.57 on that opener, 12.91 for Elena.
Oh, nice draft down that backstretch.
Here come our skaters. Nastasia Raludovic.
That'll definitely help Nastasia coming down that last home stretch.
And now the finish with Nastasia posting a time of 44.54.
44.54.
That is 0.2 faster than yesterday.
Elise with a time
And
of
actually, it's just off the
46.10.
her PB in Salt Lake City.
And here at sea level, that probably means even an improvement in time, even though you know the actual time, just because of sea level compared to Salt Lake.
Yes, absolutely. I think when they get out to Salt Lake City and they're in peak condition out there and the ice is fast there, it'll likely result in another personal best time.
Starting on the inner. out of
So on the
Menominee
inner
Falls,
in this next pairing, Evie Forer
And on the outer, out of Camillus, New York,
and Charisse Wilkins
Wilkins.
will be on the outer.
Evie had a 46.1 yesterday in the 500. Her personal best prior to that was 46.3 in Salt Lake City. So to get it, like we were just talking about, to get a personal best time in Milwaukee is just, it means you're definitely on track for a good season.
Pair 7 underway. Charisse opened up with a time of 12.60. Evie with a time of 12.77.
Charisse 12.6 on that opener, 12.77 for
Charisse,
Evie.
longtime short tracker, excellent coach out of New York. Now in corner number 4 with the exit. This is Charisse.
And on the second consecutive pairing, it looked like the outer skater was able to draft a little bit and really slingshot off that changeover in the back.
Yeah, oftentimes with the right pairing, the outer lane will have an advantage in that they can draft down the backstretch. And that's assuming that they can hold that last turn on the inner, and then they can accelerate on the first turn in the outer lane. So, so you'll see, I think, especially as the races get faster, sometimes it gets hard to hold that second turn.
Starting on the inner out of Edgewood.
So on the inner on this one, we have Leah Choi,
On the outer out of Columbia.
and on the outer from Columbia, Karen Sayatama. Need to mention this is also the Colombian National Championships, and maybe explain how that happens here.
Yeah, so that's definitely interesting that we kind of partake in helping host the Colombian National Championships. Colombia has a huge recreation, or a huge background with inlining, and inlining has a strong crossover into speed skating, both long track and short track, but especially long track. So yeah, we have a fair amount of Colombians here that are basically hosting their national championships while we are as well.
And that also maybe gives them a chance to post a time at a sanctioned event for qualifications in the world.
Yep. So then they can have their own official selection procedures and qualifications.
12.3 on the second pass is open.
So rather close pairing here.
Well, Karen's looking really good down that back stretch. Definitely going to be a close pairing. A little slip on the turn right about at the apex for Karen.
And this is a close one. Trying to make up some ground is Choi, and looked like Siatama was able to take that one 44.92. Here's the replay.
Definitely a close finish. Actually, that was hard for me to tell. I think, looks like Karen got it, but it's hard to tell.
Ready to begin. Pair
Our next pairing.
9. Starting on the inner out of
Ella
Salt Lake
Teeples
City, Utah,
and
Ella
Sydney
Teeples.
Turpening.
And on the outer out of Oswego,
Ella skated a
New York,
44.2 yesterday.
Sydney Turpening.
Sydney skated a 43.8 yesterday, the first 500.
So Ella had the faster time yesterday. Let's see how this one comes out today.
This is pair number 9.
Strong looking starts.
Sydney open up with a time of 12.19. Ella with a time of 12.18.
Sydney's
Well-
going to get the draft down the backstretch here. And so sometimes, you know, they get a little bit of an opportunity for a draft, but they don't take it because it might not be the right line that they want to take down that backstretch. So if it doesn't line up with the line they want to take, they might not take the draft.
And
Now the
Sydney Turpening
Sydney posting a
will
time of
take that
43.78.
pairing at 43.78 and Ella at 44.23. So did they both improve their times from yesterday there?
Sydney's was an improvement. Ella was, I believe, right on it, 1/10 off. So both are racing well.
Next up, we'll have Melissa Dahlman
Number 10.
and Natasha Gakovich.
On the outer out of Bensonville, Illinois, Natasha Gakovich.
Melissa in the age 40 division.
Melissa on the inner. Natasha on the outer right now.
Pair 10 underway. Open up on the outer is Natasha with a time of 12.16. Melissa Dahlman with a time of 12.46.
12.16 for Natasha.
Dallas, Wisconsin.
12.46 for Melissa on that opener.
Natasha looked like she caught a little bit of draft down that backstretch. Really solid second in her turn.
Illinois skater on the inner, that's Natasha closing in, and the finish, Natasha posting a time of 43.52.
Gakovich at 43.52.
That is 400s faster than her time yesterday, so
Pretty nice jump
yes.
there.
Yep.
Next up on the inner, Isabella Vargas Rodriguez
Starting
and
on
Marley Soldan.
the inner out of Colombia, Isabella Vargas Rodriguez.
So Marley Soldan is a second-year B.
Marley Soldan.
And I was just speaking with Matt Corman a moment ago. It looks like she could be representing the U.S. at the Youth Olympic Games, which is qualified through the combination of the 500 and 1500 meters. And so they take the top slot for women's, between the women's B1 and B2 age groups. And so she, as of now, is in the top slot. So it's looking like she's going to be the one to represent us.
That might give her a confidence boost as she comes into today.
Absolutely. Going into day 2, already qualified for such a big competition. That's pretty exciting. Looks like there's a little tight on the crossover. So when they both come out even, the outer lane actually has the right of way, which in that case would be Marley. We'll see what happens here. I don't think there was an interference, but I couldn't tell for sure.
43.12 for Marley Soldan. And Isabella, 43.91. So Marley's got the fastest time in the books today so far. Next up we have Mary Brophy Magnus and Laura Michelle Rodriguez.
So another thing I found actually with Mary, her personal best in the 500 was from 1996 in Milwaukee here. It would be good to know from someone. That's right around when they covered this rink. This rink used to be outdoors for a long time actually, and then they covered the rink sometime around those years. So anyways, it was pretty cool. She did a 48.289 and her personal best is a 42.1. So years later, she could be actually on track to beat her personal best.
They're 12 now underway. Laura, open up with the fast opener time, 11.61.
11.61 for Laura Michelle Rodriguez at 11.95 for Mary. But now the crossover.
Here come our skaters.
You are allowed to cross over into that outer lane from the inner, as long as you come back in pretty quickly, which it looks like Laura Rodriguez did that, so that is allowed.
To a 42.29 for Rodriguez. Our next pairing, Ilse Schob and Libby Williams.
Ready to begin pair number 13. Starting on the inner out of St. Cloud, Minnesota, Ilse Schob. And on the outer out of Kansas City, Missouri, Libby Williams.
Ilse with a 42.57 yesterday here in Milwaukee. Her personal best time's a 42.2 in Salt Lake City, so she is actually on track to potentially beating her personal best here at sea level. She has a good one today. Libby is actually in a similar boat, 41.7 yesterday in Milwaukee, 41.2 personal best in Salt Lake City.
Libby, open up with the time 11.67. Ilse, 12.09.
So Libby with the second fastest opener so far at 11.67. And it looks like Libby's got the edge after the crossover.
Libby Williams.
Both skaters, I think, looking strong down the back stretch, or down the front stretch, excuse me.
Posting a time of 42.
So 42.06, the fastest time so far today for Libby Williams.
Just off her time yesterday. And I missed Elsa just a little bit ago on her time.
Next up, on the inner, Piper Eady And on the outer, Blair Cruikshank.
Starting on the inner out of Nashona, Wisconsin, Piper.
Of course, Blair, the
And on the outer
daughter of
out
Bonnie Blair.
Ellenfield, Wisconsin, Blair Cruikshank.
Both of these skaters actually have an incredible amount of experience training here at the Pettit National Ice Center. Blair Cruikshank trains with the Dash program. And I know Piper, I believe she trains under her dad, but both of them have been training out of Milwaukee for years now, so this is definitely home rink for both of them.
With Blair posting a fast open time
11.1 opener for Blair.
11.48, the second fastest opener.
The two fastest openers for the day so far.
Both these
Blair getting a little bit of a draft.
United States in multiple junior world championships. Here they come.
Looked like a strong second inner, a strong second outer as well.
Blair Cruikshank holds on to take that pairing.
With Blair posting a time of 40.62 and Piper with a time of 40.90.
You can see right here coming down the stretch, she was able to hold off Piper Eady.
And that was about 0.1 faster for Piper since yesterday's race. Right, I think it was almost the same for Blair.
Starting on the inner
On the next pairing, Anna Quinn. And on the outer, Sofia Prosvernova from Denmark.
Prosvernova.
One of our international skaters here.
And I actually grew up skating with Anna's brother, Ian Quinn, who made the 2022 Olympic team in the mass start. Anna skated a 40.55 yesterday. She has a 40.19 personal best in Salt Lake City.
Sophia, skater out of Denmark, opened up with a time 11 point.
Sophia with
Anna with a time 11 point.
the lead at the opener.
Sophia with a 39.9 yesterday in Milwaukee, 39.2 personal best in Salt Lake City.
Skaters are now in the corner.
Strong second turn for Sophia.
On the inner. Closing in. It's a skater out of Denmark.
A little slip.
Now with the finish. In a time
Still
of
finished strong and stuck with it. 39.73. That is a PB for Sophia.
2.
Or Pettit PB for Sophia.
And our first
And
one
Anna
under
sorry, go ahead.
yeah, our first one under 40 today.
Yeah, and we're getting down there now in these last pairs. Typically,
Ready to begin pair number.
all these skaters are paired based off their seed times.
Starting on
So
the
these
inner
are our,
out of final leg.
basically our fastest skaters are coming up with these last three pairings.
On the outer out of Coopersburg.
From yesterday's times, they are the fastest six. Greta Myers on the inner and Mackenzie Brown on the outer. Mackenzie, one of the first we've seen with that start.
The down start. This is a traditional start that you often see in inline speed skaters. So many of them carry that start over to ice.
Virtually a dead heat in the opener.
McKenzie opened up with the pass over the time at 10.92.
10.92.
Starting to get into the 10s on the openers.
Both these skaters have represented the United States in multiple World Cup
Both of
events.
them looking strong down the backstretch.
This could be a great finish here.
Strong second inner. Now, oftentimes I'm talking about the second inner because
Skaters closing in. Here they come.
it's tough to hold.
Finish with McKenzie.
Mackenzie
Good race.
Brown,
That was a good race.
39.44 and 39.69 for Greta Myers. So our next pairing, we'll have Brittany Bowe and Sarah Warren. Brittany, of course, won the gold in the 1500 yesterday.
Ready to begin pair number
Definitely strong in the
17.
middle distance races. Brittany is actually also is very strong in the 500. She actually has a really fast personal best, 37.0 from Salt Lake City, 38.3 yesterday in Milwaukee. Sarah 38.6 yesterday in Milwaukee, 38.2 personal best in Calgary. So now we're definitely getting down there in the times. Top 5 women are going to go to the World Cup.
Brittany's certainly in line for that.
Yes, and I believe and Sarah as well.
17 underway.
Really strong start.
Brittany side by side with Sarah opened up the pass over time, 10.67. Brittany, 10.7.
Sarah with a 1/10 advantage on that opener.
Brittany, three-time Olympian. Sarah Warren representing the United States in multiple world.
Looked like Sarah was able to get a little bit of a draft down that backstretch. Brittany right on the blocks.
Brittany on the outer, Sarah on the inner.
This is going to be close.
And the finish with Sarah posting a time of 38.52.
38.5 for Sarah.
Brittany with a time
1/10 faster than yesterday.
37.
Right on same schedule, I think, for Brittany from her time yesterday. So great racing.
One pair remaining.
So those were the 2 fastest times for the day, but now we have yesterday's Erin Jackson at 38 flat yesterday, and Kimmy gets 38.01. How close can this one be?
This is going to be a good race. I'm looking forward to seeing this.
Florida, Erin Jackson.
And I think many of us know Erin Jackson, the 2022 Olympic gold medalist in this race. And Kimmy Getz has just been coming up year after year, each year improving tremendously, so it's been exciting to watch. And this should be a pretty neck and neck race.
This is the pairing we've been waiting for.
Underway.
Both of them just have incredible tempo on the start. Really strong arm swings. Erin Jackson right on the blocks.
First and second fastest openers.
Strong draft on from Erin down the backstretch.
Gold medals 2022 Olympics in this event. Here they come.
Erin with a slight lead.
Kitty on the outer. Here they come. Close.
Erin Jackson will take the 500.
Erin posting a time of
37.42.
Wow, 37.4. That is incredible.
And 37.66 for Kimmy Getz.
Wow, actually, you know what? That was an incredible race on both of them. I would love to see that final results, but those are 4/10 and 5/10, I think, faster. Oh no, 6/10 for Erin from her time yesterday.
They finish at 1-2.
That was a 26.9 lap for Erin Jackson, a 27.08 lap for Kimmy Getz. Congrats to both of them. Wow.
What a great start to Saturday's action here at the U.S. Championships. We'd like to thank all of our sponsors, Unbottled.com, Under Armour, USANA, Rise Bar, the Utah Sports Commission, University of Utah Health, and the Rudy Project. Well, Brian, we've seen a great start to today's action. We're going to take a break, and we'll come back with the men's 500.
Absolutely. Awesome racing so far.
See you in a little bit. Welcome back to Milwaukee. We're going to have a reskate here in the 500 for Natalie Rodriguez.
I'm actually not positive on the reskate. Trying to remember if she had a fall or not.
Yes, she
But
did
anyways,
have a fall.
48.3 was her PB yesterday. 48.1, she skated in Quebec City, which I believe was actually where the Masters World Championships were held. So definitely a dedicated Masters skater we're seeing here.
And she had that fall earlier.
Always a little bit more difficult on a reskate. You're a little fatigued. Your initial kind of nervous energy has been sort of used. But we'll see what she can do here.
And out there solo makes a difference.
And out there solo. It's definitely challenging to do a reskate. But 50.2, let's see here. Yeah, that's a little bit off whatever her time was yesterday. It is tough doing a reskate, I will say, especially, if you had a little bit of a fall or slip or something. But
at least she was able to get a number in the book.
She got back out there, so hats off to her.
Okay, that will do our end our first segment here today. We'll be back with our next race around 9:56 Central Time. Welcome back to the Pettit National Ice Center in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. U.S. Speed Skating Long Track Championships. We're now getting ready to start the men's 500 meters second day. The inner, Chris Ord, and on the outer is Theron Sands.
So Theron Sands has been around for a long time now, and he's just an incredible masters skater. Mostly a distance skater, so 500 is not his specialty, but I got to give it up to Theron Sands for coming out. I believe, I mean, he going into the 2018, I believe, Olympic trials. He was actually one of, I think, in our top like 4 or 5 10K skaters. We were only taking 1 or 2 to the Olympics, but he was a very good endurance skater in those years, still is. But 500 is not his specialty.
But it's great to see him out here competing still.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And Chris Ord as well. Chris comes in with a time of 47.63, and Theron with a 50.91. You'll notice, folks, these times are unofficial. What you see right now at the bottom is not the same that we're going to see when we have the scoreboard. There are differences in timing mechanisms, whether it's with the transponder.
Right. Well, what we have here might be coming through, I think, the transponder. There's also manual timing, and then there's the third, which is the laser timing.
So in this pairing, we have Thomas Estevez from Colombia, along with Joshua Kreider. And a false start. We only had one skater eliminated yesterday from the false starts, and that was in the 1500.
Yeah, and I do remember watching that. It looked like he really tried to hold his position and be in the right spot, but I think his foot was across the line in one of the false starts. So kind of unfortunate to see.
So at the start here, Thomas Estevez.
So Thomas with a 45.9 yesterday, and Josh with a 46.5 yesterday.
12.11 opener split for Estevez. Off to a big lead in this pairing. Again, Estevez trying to make the Colombian team.
Strong finish.
44.24 for Estevez and 47.4 for Kreider.
$44.2. That is.
It was a big drop.
That was a big drop since yesterday. I'm looking at that right now. That was a 45.9 yesterday, 44. So that's pretty incredible.
Next up, we have Orion Gatrell and Miles Newman.
Utah, Orion Gatrell. On the outer out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin,
Miles is a first-year junior B. He did a 45.1 yesterday. That was actually his personal best time compared to a 45.6 in Milwaukee previously. Orion, 45.2 yesterday, 42.5 personal best time in Salt Lake City.
This is pair number 3.
Very close on the opener. 11.99 for Miles.
Miles is from the Milwaukee area, so definitely a local to the Pettit. Looks good down this back stretch. A little bit shaky on that second inner turn.
Side by side.
But coming down the front stretch, the final front stretch, looking good.
Very close.
Close race.
Guttrell. 44.7.
Wow, they both got personal best. So congrats to Miles and Orion.
Next up, we have Caden Woods and Kyler DeGroot.
Pair number 4. Starting on the inner out of Colorado Springs, Colorado, Caden Woods. On the outer out of
So Caden,
California, Kyler DeGroot.
Caden's first year A. Skated a 43.9 yesterday and a 43.4 personal best in Salt Lake City. So if he has a really good one, could be on pace for a PB today. Kyler with a 44.3 yesterday, 43.7 personal best in Salt Lake City.
good start here for Caden. His opener at 11.95.
See, definitely Caden has a very dynamic skating style. Kyler looking low and strong and powerful. Both work.
Caden Woods at 42.68.
Wow. 42.68. That is a PB, Milwaukee or Salt Lake.
By over a second.
By over a second. Congrats
Wow.
to Caden on that one. And then I didn't get a chance to check Kyler's time there.
Next up we have Jeff Terwilliger and Anson Quinn.
So here we have a Masters skater paired against a junior skater. Definitely an interesting mix of pairings you get at these two competitions between multiple ages, multiple countries coming together. So as much as it is a U.S. championships, it also is kind of a variety of meets coming together, really.
And it's neat that here on the second day, after they are going from yesterday's times, that you have someone in the age group with a junior.
Yes, definitely. Definitely.
11.73 for Anson Quinn on the opener. Fastest so far. And it looks like he did well on that crossover.
Yeah, you know, one thing to note was that on that second inner, Anson was a little bit off that block, so that can cost about a couple tenths of a second to be about a foot or two off the blocks like that.
So 42.52 for Anson, and Terwilliger 43.7. Next up, couple from the same club,
Yeah,
Anthony Palladino and Tristan Boyd.
That looks like Colorado Gold, I believe, based on their skin suit. So Colorado Gold is another kind of powerhouse in long track that they don't have a long track rink right by them. Many of them will skate short track, and they fly to competitions in Salt Lake City and here in Milwaukee. One thing to note is on the inner, Anthony doesn't have a hood on. This is what he's wearing is actually a short track suit, I believe. And so in long track, we have a hood. It helps with aerodynamics. In my opinion, it's probably not going to make or break the race by more than maybe a tenth.
But a tenth can be a big deal.
A tenth can be a big deal, absolutely.
But if you don't have that, if you're always practicing on a short track, then it would make sense.
Yes.
And down the stretch,
with Tristan posting a time
Tristan Boyd at 42.94 and 43.26 for Anthony Palladino.
So Tristan had a 43.6 yesterday. To do a 42.9 today is pretty incredible. And from what I just overheard Jeff Brand announcing here, it sounds like both were personal best times. So congrats to both of them on that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin pair number 7.
So now we have Mark Yanagihara on the inner and Gavin Ord on the outer.
So this is another Masters junior pairing. Mark in the Masters category, Gavin, a second-year junior B.
And of course, was that Gavin's father, Chris Ord, that was in our first pairing?
To be honest, I'm actually, it looks like that. I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with the Ords. I'll have to meet them at some point.
And they'll take an extra moment here. So now we're set to go. Mark Yanagihara on the inner. Gavin Ord, a junior, on the outer.
So Gavin Ord skated a 43.2 yesterday. Mark Yanagihara with a 42.7 yesterday.
Yanagihara, 11.52 on the opener, the fastest so far. Pretty big margin in this pairing for Yanagihara. See if Ord can make up any of that down the stretch here.
Mark looked excited about that time.
42.49 for Yanagihara.
He did beat yesterday's time by about 0.25, a little bit more than that. So congratulations, Mark. I wasn't able to reference Gavin's time on that one.
So now our next pairing, Jerry Metch and Landon Bogey.
It looks like the names on the screen are off from the current pairing.
A little delayed there with the names on the. Now we've got it right. Jerry Metch on the inner and Landon Bogey on the outer.
So Jerry Metch is second-year junior B. Landon Bogey, first-year junior C. So Landon just getting into the junior races here, and Jerry about midway through his junior career.
11.38 for the opener for Jerry Metch.
One of the youngest skaters in this event. Jerry Metch out of Chicago, closing in on the finish. Jerry.
So Metch will have a time of 41.55. Puts him in first place for the competition so far today.
And that does beat yesterday's time by around 0.8 of a second. So congratulations, Jerry.
Next up, we have Henry Schlichting and Jeremy Song.
Begin pair number 9. Starting on the inner out of Ann Arbor, Michigan, Henry Schlichting. Starting on the outer, Jeremy Song. Go to the start.
So both of these skaters are second-year Cs, and both of them actually had a very similar time yesterday, 42.09 for Henry and 42.1 for Jeremy. This should be a close race. This is a good pairing.
All right, this is pair number 9 underway.
Henry on the inner, Jeremy on the outer.
Jeremy with an 11.43 opener, second fastest so far.
Nice crossover. Right on the blocks on the outer for Henry. That looks good.
So Jeremy Song will take this pairing at a time of 40.76. And that is the quickest
Really?
of the day
Wow.
so far. That's a big drop
Both
for
a
him.
big drop for Jeremy and also a drop for Henry. Congrats to both of them.
That's
awesome
good to see the
racing.
juniors improving on their day one times.
Absolutely. And so
All right, we are ready to begin pair number 10.
Next up, Edward Nagel.
both of these skaters I actually had the opportunity of coaching at a junior camp last winter. We got Ryan out of Illinois, Edward Nagel out of Minnesota. Ryan's definitely been focused on the distance skating. Just coming off of a successful cross-country season.
So what you're saying is this is not his specialty, the 500.
No, but he's actually pretty good. I mean, he's also very good at the sprint. He's focused on the distance, that's for sure, though.
Nagel off to a strong start there. 11.15 on the opener.
That's a great opener for Ed.
Edward Nagel coming out of corner number 4 into Lone Edge on the outer. Here come our skaters.
Ryan fighting for it. Ed doing well up ahead.
Edward posting a time of 41:40.
41.40 for Nagel and 42.28 for Olenek.
Those looked like good races just off their times yesterday. So now we got Dan Carney on the inner. Samuel Hart Gorman on the outer. This is another junior masters pairing. Dan being a masters, Samuel Hart Gorman being a junior.
On the outer out of Syracuse.
Dan training with the Dash Speed Skating program here out of Milwaukee.
That is definitely one of the interesting things about this championship, where you do have the younger generation and the older generation at the on the ice at the same time.
Absolutely. And so Dan actually goes and competes in the Masters Championships internationally. He's, I think, years ago was in Insel, and most years he wins. I believe he's a Masters World Champion.
11.02 on the opener here, fastest so far today.
Out of Syracuse now, trains here in Milwaukee. Dan, one of the fastest master skaters in the world. This is Dan with the exit point and on the outer.
Dan looking good down this down the final home stretch.
And he comes across with a time of 41.01.
Just off yesterday's 40.9.
So that's rather consistent in the 2 days.
41.6, and also for Samuel Hart Gorman, that was just off his time yesterday. Both skating well, though.
All right, ready to begin.
Patrick Cosell
12.
and Andrew Love.
Starting on the inner.
Yeah, interestingly, another junior masters pairing. We got Andrew Love
On the outer out of
and Patrick
Salt Lake
Cosell.
City, Utah, Andrew Love.
Andrew Love on the outer. Andrew has actually had a very involved career in the politics and helping move along masters speed skating in the U.S. and even the world. So with Masters skaters, what Andrew helped do is traditionally we've had something called Category 1, or some certain criteria you have to hit to achieve a level as a junior. Andrew Loved helped create that for seniors, to create kind of a designation for seniors that when they hit a certain level and certain time standards, they become masters. I think it's called Mat 1, Mat 2, Mat 3 in these levels.
This is close down the stretch, and Cosell holds off Andrew Love.
Andrew with a time of 41.60.
41.22 and 41.61.
Good racing. Those times just off of what they did yesterday. But for Cosell, he's right on what his personal best. His personal best time was a 40.8 in Salt Lake City. He's right on that today.
Andres Campo from Colombia on the inner, and Sam Chamberlain on the outer.
Andres Campo with a 39.9 yesterday. Sam Chamberlain with a 41.08 yesterday.
So 11.07 for Campo on the opener.
A little slip on the home stretch.
So Campo with a time of 39.71, and Sam right there at 40.73. So Andres Campo with our first sub 40 in the men's 500 today. But we're going to see a lot more of that coming right up.
Ready to begin pair number 14.
Next up, we have Zachary Jensen and Keith Keovan.
Zachary Jensen. Starting on the outer.
Both of these skaters is second year junior A. So after this year, they'll be seniors.
So in their last U.S. championships as juniors, going against each other right here. Jensen on the inner, Keovan on the outer.
Strong looking start.
Jensen at 11.12 on the opener, 11.21, it's 11.31 for Keovan.
Skaters now, here they come.
Looks like a little bit of difficulty on that second inner, but 39.21 for Jensen. That is faster than his time yesterday, 39.5. And actually, that's almost right. That could have been a personal best. I think I just heard Jeff Brand said it tied his personal best. That's incredible. His previous personal best was in Salt Lake City.
Again,
tying it in Milwaukee is just
here
incredible.
at sea level, yes, that's a big jump. Next up, we have Aiden Meacham and Nathaniel Beveridge.
Nathaniel Beveridge with the Dash program. Aiden with Colorado Gold.
Starting on the outer out of Meadville, Pennsylvania, Nathaniel Beveridge. Go to the start.
Aiden, the second year B. Skated a time yesterday, 39.2. Nathaniel Beveridge yesterday, 39.9.
And a fall right there. Beveridge
Goes up with a time of 11.11.
went down, and Aiden Meacham had a time of 11:11 on the opener.
Aiden Beacom, the skater out of Colorado Springs, Colorado.
Aiden looking strong,
Here he comes.
coming down the front stretch.
The finish. Aiden.
39.37.
3-7.
39.3. Right on pace with what he did yesterday. I think a 39.2.
Hope that Nathaniel Beveridge is okay after taking that spill right as he
Looks
crossed
like
that.
he's coming around to finish the race right now. Probably a little disappointing.
And they'll reset the track. So coming up, we're down to our final our final 8. Final 4 pairings for the men's 500. Not every.
Looks like they might be looking at the track, though I can't see for sure where. It looks like they just announced an ice repair.
I think they determine the ice is fine. We'll get back to racing.
Oh, here we go. Looks like they're going to bring over their slush bucket. Use a fire extinguisher to cool off the ice. Hopefully we'll get this repaired in the next couple minutes. As for the pair coming up, it's always definitely a little difficult to hit the reset button when you have in your mind your preparations and everything is up to this exact moment of how you want it to be warmed up, and now you're likely starting to cool down a little bit. So oftentimes if you're the next pair, sometimes you have just enough time to get another really quick acceleration in, put your sweatshirt back on before you get called to the start line.
Well, and certainly in this sport of speed skating, you become creatures of habit on knowing, okay, I've got this much time before I start. You have a routine, I'm sure.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, for me, and I think for many skaters, the routine starts several hours out. As you get closer, it gets more and more specific with what exactly you want to be doing. But you also have to be ready for this scenario of, having, something like this where they have to do an ice repair. In certain scenarios, you may be out 30 minutes if there's something more serious, or even a crash that takes them a minute to clear the track.
And these gentlemen have taken care of this here at the Pettit National Ice Center. Again, a great facility.
So next up here we have Matt Salm. He's also with the Dash Skating Program, and Liam Kitchell.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to resume.
Liam Kitchell being a first-year B. Matt Salm having a history as a runner and made the switch, I think, in his late teens, early 20s, so a little bit later than many of the skaters into the sport of speed skating.
Starting on the outer, Liam Kitchell.
Matt with a 38.7 yesterday, Liam with a 39.4 yesterday in the 500 meters. Matt looking low and powerful. Liam, good tempo down that first 100.
10.75 on the opener for Psalm.
Opening time's definitely starting to get down there into the high mid-10s now.
Kitchell, though, coming on strong. Psalm will hold him off and take this one at 38.89.
38.8, just off his time yesterday. Matt definitely has a smooth skating style for transitioning to the sport in later years. Oftentimes, many of these skaters, myself included, started younger. And I believe Brian Boulard had a later start in the sport as well.
So Brian Boulard in the inner and Max Weber on the outer. We're down to our final 3 pairings.
So Max Weber is actually also qualified for our Youth Olympic Games. It's unofficial at this point, but I believe between the 500 and 1500 combination times, he's our top men in the age group of MB1, a first year B and a second year B, which puts him in position to represent us at the Youth Olympic Games. So it's kind of an interesting category because, you know, traditionally in speed skating, there didn't used to be a Youth Olympic Games, and the 2 age categories were really just junior and then senior, and then you have your various masters. And now with the addition of Youth Olympic Games, you have kind of a 3rd or 4th category, which is, are you in the age group to qualify for that, which is specifically a B1 or B2 skater. So congrats to Max. That'll be really exciting.
Representing the USA in the Youth Olympic Games coming up.
Fast looking start.
10.34 on the opener and 10.56 for Max.
Opening time's definitely starting to get down there.
And this one is shaping up to be rather close down the stretch.
A little bit off that inner turn from Max.
And Max can't catch him.
Close finish.
38.19 and Max with 38.26. Our 2 fastest times so far today.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin pair number 18. Starting on the
Now, at our next to last pairing, Oliver Graub from Switzerland and Augie Herman.
Augie with the Dash Speed Skating Club, coached by Dave Cruikshank and Bonnie Blair. Skated a 37.2 yesterday. Oliver Graub with a 36.3.
This is pair number 18. Oliver Graub out of Switzerland, posting the fastest
10.08.
Wow.
10.58.
And he is out to a decent lead halfway through.
10.08 is definitely starting to get down there.
Oliver Graub will take this one. 36.57.
Looks like both times were just off what they posted yesterday in the 500, but really solid racing.
So this is our final pairing for today's 500 meter. Excuse me, I apologize. We have 2 more after that. Appreciate that help there, Brian. I was missing a page. We have 2 more pairings after this one. William Gebauer and Sabian Tenson.
Will Gebauer's really just made a tremendous amount of improvements in the last couple of years in his skating. His personal best time is actually a 35.2 from Salt Lake City back in 2022. He did a 35.7 yesterday here in Milwaukee. So another one of those skaters that's almost on pace to get in the world of breaking his personal best here at sea level. I've been hearing a lot about Sabian as well coming up in this sport.
10.2 on that opener for Sabian.
These are fast openers.
This is close coming down the stretch.
Really close down the front stretch. You can really hear it from the crowd. Lots of energy.
35.97. And Sabian 36.27.
Wow, so that was a new personal best for Sabian in Milwaukee. Will just off his time yesterday.
So next up, the inner, Zach Stoppelmore. And he had a time yesterday of 35.35, third fastest yesterday.
Yeah,
and
that's, sorry, go ahead.
And Tanner Worley on the outside.
So Zach's personal best is 34.88 in Salt Lake City. He's also, I mean, a lot of these, even these top skaters are getting really close to what the times they were doing in Salt Lake City. I'm excited to see what they can do in fast Salt Lake ice. Really strong start. Zach looking really smooth and clean down that first 100. That's fast.
And Worley at 10.08.
Both skaters from inlining.
Stoppelmore looks to take this one here. 35.3.
35.3 and 35.9, right on par with their times yesterday. So fantastic racing. I mean, looking at that in comparison to what they're doing in Salt Lake City, it is not far off. I mean, these skaters are in good shape, and I think that they're gonna really beat their personal best times when they get on fast Salt Lake ice too.
So our final pairing, Cooper McLeod, who yesterday had a 34.84, and on the outside, Austin Kleba.
So far, an incredible start to the weekend for Cooper. Again, 34.59 personal best in Calgary, 34.8 here. He's really not far off of skating a personal best time at sea level. We won't be seeing Jordan Stolz today in the second 500. Both of them really solid starts.
Wow. Identical 9.94 openers.
Wow. Both sub 10 openers. Looking really smooth down the backstretch.
Kleba on the inside now, McLeod on the outer. McLeod has a slight edge, and he will take this one in 35.28.
35.2.
And that is the fastest time for the day, but not as fast as he was yesterday at 34.84.
Yeah, I do think with Cooper having such a good race, I think the two going neck and neck like that really helped each other. I think Cooper and Jordan skated well. I mean, as a pairing in yesterday's 500. So to have both of them there working together, I mean, it was also a good pairing today, Austin and Cooper. You know, I think it could have been maybe a little bit of fatigue since yesterday, but also fantastic racing today.
That will.
We have one more
We
race,
have
it looks
one
like.
more. Looks like Beveridge, who had the crash earlier today, will get another shot. So Nathaniel Beveridge.
I think that was down the first 100, so he might still not be too fatigued from that first race, since basically he only expended his energy for the first 100. He still could have some legs in him here to put down a good one. $39.9 yesterday.
So just a question, since he's by himself, does he get to pick that he starts on the outer?
No, they're told it's still a draw, or it's still a random chance, I believe.
Okay.
You know what? Excuse me. I think he's outer actually because
He was outer
He
to
was
begin-
originally drawn outer.
Okay. And he finishes with a 40.04. So perhaps just
40.04.
a
Yeah,
little.
just off of his time. It's definitely really hard to improve on what you would have done on the first race. I'd say that's pretty consistent.
We want to thank all of our sponsors here, Unbottled.com, Under Armour, USANA, Rise Bar, the Utah Sports Commission, University of Utah Health, and the Rudy Project. For Brian Hansen, I'm Ted Rutte, and that's going to do it for our men's 500, and we will take a little break. We'll be back with the women's 3,000 coming up here in about a half hour. Welcome back to the Pettit National Ice Center in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where we are starting the women's 3,000 meter races. And it looks like we're going to start off with quads, although in this first one, we're only going to have 3 skaters. That is Audrey Hahn.
Did you get that? There's a change. This is the revised.
Oh. Okay, yeah, it looks like I just got notification from Jeff Brand that we have a single skater. There's a revised drawing for the women's 3,000 meters. So we have Audrey Hahn, so first year B here, out on her own. It's always a little bit difficult starting or doing a whole 3,000 meters on your own. One of the advantages to having a pair, especially in the longer distances, is that you can kind of you can key in on your drafts. If you really do it right, you know, you could draft the majority of the back stretches. It's easier said than done to do that, but and that can make a significant difference.
Does it also help with your pacing as you see your competitor racing at a pace if you're along the same lines in their same pace?
I think so. You know, I mean, a lot of the importance of distance races is finding a rhythm. And when you have someone there with you, you know, you have 2 things to kind of go off of. 1, you have someone in the corner of your eye. 2, you can find your own rhythm and kind of create a pace that way. So definitely a challenge to skate this on your own.
Audrey has 5 laps to go. Again, this is 7.5 laps around this 400-meter track, and
they start on the end of the backstretch. They're gonna finish at the very end of the straightaway on the front stretch. Same finish line as the 500-meter. So this is actually Audrey Hahn's first 3,000 meters. So awesome she's out here, big competition to be going out here and doing your first 3K, but hats off to her. And I think we're actually going to see a couple other first-time 3,000 meter skaters in the coming pairings as well.
Her last split was 43.33.
And so Audrey, also from Puget Sound, there's again another one from a club that doesn't have a 3,000 meter, or I mean a 400 meter oval nearby their home club. So they're probably skating lots of short track, off ice training, things like that, and they come out to these competitions and they're able to make it work. So that's awesome to see.
So there'll be 3 laps to go now for Audrey Hahn. And also, this would be, on these distance races, a chance where they can get information from their coaches. Mm-hmm. And maybe their coach can help them with some of the coaching during the race, whereas in the 500, all you really tell them is what your split was.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, you can definitely, you know, make adjustments as a coach in a race like this. You know, you can use cue words to talk about how they enter the turn. You know, what are you going to focus on? Are you going to try to accelerate the turn? Are you going to try to relax the straight? That's a common one in a distance race, is to accelerate the turn, relax on the straight. Also, help adjust your pacing. You know, how are you doing relative to the time you're expecting to go for, or relative to others? Looks like here, coach on the backstretch kind of giving signals of rhythm and timing.
Showing that she had a 46 there on her last 400 split.
Yep, so those times usually represent the last number of it, like for example 34.6. So like a 4.6 means 34.6. Occasionally it means 24.6 too, but usually you know when it's a 24.6 versus a 34.6.
And the bell lap, 1 to go for Audrey Hahn.
These last turns are always a challenge. She's going to have to do the last turn on the outer, which is typically more difficult. It's really hard to finish when you're fatiguing. Oh, she's feeling it, but she's fighting through. To finish on the outer turn without having that lean and that centrifugal force to kind of pull yourself around is a challenge.
Here comes Audrey.
So good for her, finishing strong here.
On her first 3,000 meters.
And Audrey Hahn, her first 3,000 meter attempt, and gets a nice round of applause from the crowd to go out there solo to start things off in her first ever 3,000.
Absolutely. Great first 3,000 meter.
Pairs 2 and 3.
So it looks like in our next set of pairs, we will have Natalie Rodriguez Hasselback, Caitlin Lee, Evie Forer, and Barb Johnson.
Yeah, so now they're going to run these as quads. And so what that means is that they're going to have 2 pairings are out on the track at the same time.
And we can see them right there on your screen.
Yep, so you're going to hear the starter. They're going to start the first pair, wait a couple seconds, and the second pair is going to go off. And they're going to try to stagger them so that they're approximately half lap apart.
So that's Natalie Rodriguez Hasselback on the inner.
So Natalie, she's a masters skater. She did a 5:25 in Quebec City. I believe that was the Masters World Championships. So I'll be curious to see how this goes compared to what she did in Quebec City. Definitely a dedicated skater. So excited to see what happens here.
So we now have our
Evie opens up with a time of 23.57 and Barb with a time of
splits of 23.57 there for Forer and 25.38 for Barb Johnson.
with 6 to go.
Evie's local out of the Milwaukee area. I also had the opportunity to coach her at a junior camp last year. So really excited to see what she can do here as well.
Barb now with a lap time of 40.75.
40.75 that lap time for Barb Johnson. 39.62 for Evie Forer.
So here come Evie and Barb. We're seeing on our screen Barb crossing out to the outer, Evie coming to the inner. And so this race is largely about not conserving energy, finding your rhythm, and trying to not break from that. I would say one arm down is difficult on the straightaway, as I think you see Evie doing here, but you know, if you're comfortable in that position, then some skaters can find a way to make that work. Looks like Evie's trying to accelerate a little bit with a light 2-arm arm swing. Now we're looking at the pair of Natalie and Keeley. Natalie looking comfortable there.
Evie with a lap time of 40.69. Barb, here comes Barb. With a time of 43.37.
Barb Johnson there with a time of 43.37 on that last lap.
So actually, I just spoke with Paul Golomsky. He said that the Pettit National Ice Center became a covered speed skating rink in 92 or 93, actually, now I'm forgetting which one. But it was one of those 2 years, and Barb raced on here as an uncovered rink. I think probably many times, actually. So there's not many skaters in this rink that can say that they've raced the U.S. Championships as both, well, especially today. There's not many skaters today, I mean, she could be the only one that I know of, but that can say that they've raced when the Pettit was outside at major competitions, and then now also inside all the way to 2023. That's incredible. Evie has a smooth style, low upper body. Definitely efficient for endurance races. Very aerodynamic. Evie, a second-year junior C. Barb, Masters. Again, another kind of interesting pairing with multiple age groups we're seeing together between Masters and junior skaters. This is really unique to speed skating. Not all sports will you see this type of mixtures coming together and for a competition.
So for that last lap of 41.00 on her final lap, her bell lap. And Rodriguez Hasselback was behind her at 47.08 on that lap. And that's Lee hearing the bell lap and coming down to finish is Evie Forer with a time of 5:05.79, and Lee, Hasselback with a time of 5:34.
So that is a personal best time, I believe, for Evie. 5:21 out of Milwaukee.
5:29 for Barb Johnson. And Caitlin Lee coming on to finish up. Looking for a personal best. And she will finish at 6:05.63.
So that is Caitlin's first 3,000 meters as well. Awesome racing. Great to see. Great to see people coming out and racing their first races in this distance at this competition. So that's awesome.
Finley Descartes on the inner, Keely Whitcomb on the outer. And then we'll see who is behind them. I believe Charisse Wilkins is one of them.
Yeah, that, and we also have a Vanna Schill.
Okay.
That is a first-year C in the outer lane, second pair.
So Finley Descartes on the inner, Keely Whitcomb on the outer.
So Finley and Keely. Finley's a second-year C. Keely's a first-year B.
Finley open up with a time of 24.79. Keely with a time of 25.07.
So Finley Descartes with a opener of 25.09. Keely Whitcomb 25.294.
Then we have Vanna coming through as well.
Vanna
First-year C.
Schill, yeah.
So skaters looking comfortable. Looks like about the right pace. I was just kind of going through and thinking through what splits some of these girls might be looking to do. As a reference point, at 40 seconds a lap, with a 20-second opener is about a 5-minute flat 3K. So you can kind of use that as a guide to sort of realize what time they're pacing out to be. And that's oftentimes kind of what you got to do in these races. You have to know what baseline times you're looking to do, what your opener is, and then you know when you're under and you know when you're over. And that's how you memorize what pace you're on as a skater. So if I did my math right here, yeah, 40 seconds a lap, so roughly about a 5-minute 3K.
So Finley Descartes right there with a 40.8 lap, and Keely Whitcomb 41.25.
Yeah, so they're on pace for just over 5 minutes.
Vonna Schill at 39.53, and Wilkins at 41.04.
So now the trick is, can they hold these splits? You know, how are they feeling after lap 3, lap 4?
Finley Descartes right there with 41.79, and Keely Whitcomb 41.42. Vonna Schill, who was at 30 in the 39s last lap, was at 41.29.
So hopefully she can hang on here.
Sharice Wilkins at 42.89.
So if you look at these, the personal bests of most of these girls, you know, if they hold on to these times, they're going to be on for a good pace. It is challenging, though. You know, those sometimes in these first laps of a 3,000 meters, it feels super easy. You got two arms on your back, and then it kind of sneaks up on you. The level of fatigue, and you know, that's where you hope your training pays off.
So Vonna Schill went from 39 to 41, now at 42.03 on her last lap. Sharice at 43.73. Coming around now, we'll have Whitcomb with the fastest time so far, and that lap of 41.84. And Descartes at 44.34. So fading just a little bit there for Descartes. Vonna Schill.
So Vanna's out of Milwaukee, the Milwaukee land area. So definitely familiar with the rink here, familiar with the Pettit. I believe skates with the Wisconsin Speed Skating Club.
Here's Keely Whitcomb on to the bell lap. Keely with a 41.09, keeping up her pace. And Descartes with a 45.72. And here's Vonna Schill as she gets to the bell with a 43.96. And Sharice 44.21. All on their final lap now.
2 arms down, coming into that final outer turn.
Here comes Keely. Looking for a Keely here.
Keely Whitcomb.
5:29. Time to beat.
5:12.89.
Smashed her previous personal best.
And Finley 5:24.63.
Nice racing from Finley.
Vonna Schill 5:14.
Vanna also new personal best time. Previous was a 5:18.1.
Sharice Wilkins at 5:22.
And congrats to Sharice. So in Quebec, she raced a 5:16.8, 5:22 in Milwaukee's pretty good. It looks like, I believe the other time we saw was Natalie, who raced in Quebec around, I want to say it was 8 seconds faster in the 3K. So it does seem like the Quebec City ice might have been a little bit faster of conditions than what we have here in Milwaukee. But fantastic racing from both of those Masters skaters, Charisse and Natalie.
So next up we will have Libby Williams, and I'm not sure which stave, because both the sisters are both in this quad.
Let's see here. Looks like Elise.
We'll wait to hear what Jeff says as far as which is Elise and which is Elena.
We are ready to begin pairs 6 and 7. Pair 6, Libby Williams and Elise Stave. Pair 7, Leah Choi and Elena Stave.
So Libby Williams on the inside. Elise Stave on the outer to start with. Behind them will be Choi and Elena Stave.
Yes, that's correct. And so we have Libby's a second year A, so kind of in her last season as a junior here. Elise Stave, second year B. And then in the second pairing, Elena Stave is a first year junior C, and Leah Choi is a first year junior B. So this first lap is a little bit about finding your rhythm, setting the pace for what you want to hit. And I think it's about finding speed and finding it in the most relaxing way that you can.
Elise Stave with a with a 35 first lap, and Libby Williams at 37.28.
So if we look kind of back at my what I mentioned as the time chart, 40-second laps and about a 20-second oper will get you to a 5-minute 3K. So some of their personal best times here, I'm just gonna say for Elise and Libby, 4:39, or I'm sorry, for 5:11 for Elise, 4:39. So Libby should be able to hold a pace around 37, 38 you know, it looks like she's on pace right now for what would be a PB.
Choi with a 36.92 and 38.84 for Elena Stave. The first pairing right here coming up rather close. The inner.
Yeah, and hopefully they can work together or use each other in a positive way to kind of draft off each other down the back stretch, keep their momentum going throughout the lap.
Skaters are coming up to 4 to go. This is the skater out of Washington, Leah Choi.
Leah Choi coming up now with 4 to go. Her last lap was 38.73, and Elena Stave was 40.72. And back around now, Libby Williams, 37.91. Elise Stave, 39.18. Leah Choi coming up now, three to go. That was at 38.52.
Leah Choi's personal best time, 4:50 in Salt Lake City. So if she holds it under 40 seconds a lap, this will likely be a good race, I think. could get down there. Close
2 to
those
go
times.
for Libby Williams and Elise Stave. Libby Williams right there with 38.71. Elena with 39.69. Leah Choi at 39 flat.
0-0. Coming up to 2 to go now.
And Elena Stave slowing down some. She's at 42.27 on that last lap split. So bell lap for Libby Williams and Elise Stave.
Still holding in under 40.
Libby at 39.36 on that last lap.
Just to put it reference here, Libby's looking for under a 4:39 as her previous personal best time in Milwaukee.
Leah Choi just
Elise.
came in at 39.19.
Elise looking for a 5:11 or under.
And so coming down to the finish, Libby Williams, 450.61, and Elise Stave at 453.73.
So that is a personal best for Elise, I believe.
Leah Choi right there with a 4 minutes 49.19 seconds. And Elena Stave looking for a personal best. 5:07:01.
Fantastic. 49 for Choi. That looks like that was faster than her Salt Lake City previous personal best, so awesome racing for Leah Choi. Libby a little bit off, but good racing.
What a grueling race that is.
Oh yeah. You know, the 3,000 meters is the second to longest distance for the woman, the 5,000 meter being the longest. But definitely, you know, it takes a lot of endurance training throughout the summer. A lot of these girls, and for guys in the longer distances, they build up time of volume training, oftentimes cycling. For some, it's running. But building up a base training is critical for an endurance skater, and actually for many of them inlining, cycling, and then you kind of take the base training and you bring it into shorter, more intense efforts until you get to race day.
Natasha Radulovic on the outer. Anna Quinn on the outer, and Gakovic on the inner. And now just starting, Radulovic on the outer, Teeples on the inner.
This is the final quad, 3,000 meters.
And this is the final quad, so it'll be a little less confusing as we get done with this race and go on to the next one. Teeples at 22.26 opener. Gakovic 22.64. First lap right there for Quinn, 34.6 and 35.84 for Gakovic. Teeples at 34.99, Radulovic at 35.90.
So Radulovic is a first-year A. Skated a 2:13 yesterday, 4:36 4:38.6 personal best time from Milwaukee.
Now coming around is Teeples with her second full lap was at 36:01, and Radulovic at 37.46.
So just as another reference point, now these girls are starting to get down into 35s. So as a comparison, 40-second laps with a 20-second opener gets you to about 5 minutes. So we're going to be 35, if they average now 35-second laps, it's going to be 35 seconds under 5 minutes. So we're now looking at 4:25 as a reference point with 35-second laps.
Teeples just finished that third lap in 36.69. Quinn at 36.39 right there.
Still holding it down there.
Gakovic at 39.59, so a little bit slower there for Gakovic.
So if any one of these skaters is able to hang on that pace, it's going to be a fantastic race. As I look here to see, all their personal bests are a little bit above 4:30. So this is good racing right now.
So Quinn just came across with 36.75. She's holding that pace. Gakovic slowing down some, 42.10 on that lap.
There is a point where sometimes you cross that threshold and it's really hard to gain back that strength once you cross a certain line. But I'll tell you what, nothing is harder than finishing a race once you cross your threshold.
Teeples and Radulovic each were in the 38s. Here's the bell lap, and Quinn was at 37.92 with 1 to go.
So Anna Quinn, 4:39 PB from Salt Lake City. In my opinion, if she finishes in with 7 seconds of that, that's a fantastic race. So going for something around a 4:46.
So here comes
assuming 1 second a lap slower.
Anna Quinn. .4:38.46.
Fantastic racing. That's a PB and in Milwaukee.
Gakovic, and now there is Teeples right behind her. Teeples 4:41, and Radulovic at 4:44.76.
So 4:41 for Teeples compared to her Salt Lake time. That's pretty good. Her Salt Lake time was a 4:35. Anna Quinn 4:38. That's a PB here in Milwaukee.
So as of right now, Anna Quinn has the fastest time so far here today in the 3000 at 4:38.46.
Yeah, awesome racing by Anna. Now we're getting into the single pairs, moving away from the quads.
All right, we are ready to begin. Pair number 10. Starting on
So this is Edie Piper.
Lindenskog, and on the outer,
Excuse me.
Piper Edie.
Piper Edie, I apologize. And Natasha Lindenskov from Denmark. Edie on the outer. This will be easier to follow here, Brian.
It's a little easier. They just did a redraw and we're up here redigging through our papers trying to figure out what's going on. But no, this is easier now.
So our first opener. at 21:45 for Edie,
So
22:27 for
beautiful
Linenskov.
draft by Piper. You can like barely see her even behind Natasha on those first couple strokes, tucked in there. That's exactly how you want to do it. So now, likely what will happen is Natasha's not going to catch much draft on this next backstretch.
Edie completes that first 400 lap in 33:72. 35:29 for Linenskov. Now Linenskov comes out of the turn, and it's rather close.
Yeah,
Coming
this
down
is
the
a good
home
pairing
stretch.
right now.
So Linenskov with a 33.69 and Edie with a 34.84.
So Natasha's, her personal best is actually from Insel. Insel's a rink that's not necessarily sea level or altitude, so it's going to be in between what personal best time you might expect to see, for example, between Milwaukee and Salt Lake. For Piper, she did a 4:31.5 in Milwaukee. So it's a good matching, or it's a good pair, at least based on their times. And
So Linenskov 34.64 and Piper Edie 35.52. About a almost 2-second difference right now between the two.
again, I think Piper's doing a good job getting some drafts on the backstretch. Sometimes these races go where one skater will get a little bit better of a draft than the other skater. You know, it's really all about how you sync up when you come out of that outer turn. And sometimes it's like a matter of like a half second whether you get the draft or they get the draft.
Linenskov with a 35.14 lap and Piper with a 34.84.
So again, looking at that 35 average, we're looking at around a 4:25. If they hang on to that 35.0 with the 22nd opener, I actually forgot their opener at this point, but I'm assuming it's just above 20, probably 21 or 22.
So Linenskov keeping up the pace, 35.99 with 2 to go, and Piper Edie at 36.83 on that last one. Again, the times you see on the screen are not the exact time, so it's not the official time. But they're
Right, it's
very
close. It's close. I would say a count within about 2 to 3/10 of what you see on the screen. And for the purposes of pacing, it should be roughly about where they're at.
At the bell lap, Linenskov had a 36.36 and Piper Edie at 36.82 on that last lap.
So they're both hanging on to it.
3.5 second difference right now.
Trying, but swinging two arms down that backstretch. Really digging. Good for Natasha. She's pushing it on that last turn. Two arms down. Same with Piper. Great racing.
And Linenskov with a 4:28.22.
Fantastic.
And Piper Edie 4:31.35. Personal best for both of them, I believe.
Fantastic racing by both of them. That's correct. Personal best for both of them as well. Awesome to see. Especially as we start getting down in pairs here, the times get faster, and I'd say it's less common to see personal best times. So awesome to see.
Our next pairing, Marley Soldan on the inner, Rebecca Simmons on the outer.
So again, Marley is going to represent us at the Youth Olympic Games. This race will not be counted towards that, the two races that they took as selection were 500 and 1500 meters. Rebecca Simmons is actually on the inner lane here. She competed in both the long track and the short track Olympic trials back in 2022. So awesome to see her doing both. Probably one of the few, maybe the only skater to do that in the past Olympic trials.
Soldan with a 21:57 split, and Simmons 22:14. And after the crossover, Marley Soldan on the outer. Still rather close. 33:45 for Soldan and 33:38 for Simmons on that first lap.
So definitely under that 4:25 time. Assuming they can hold it under that. I mean, they're pretty well under it right now. It's a matter of how well can they hold on to that high 33-second lap time and not slip too bad.
They are very tight here as we complete the second full lap. And wow, within
Great
300ths of each other. 33:78 for Simmons on that lap, 34:25 for Soldan.
Still well under 35.
And the drafting right there on the backstretch.
Both of their personal best times are around a 4:24. With Soldan, her 4:24 was from Insel. Simmons 4:24 from Salt Lake. So this will be an interesting race.
Rebecca Simmons at 34:68 on that lap, and Soldan back a little bit with a 35:85.
Awesome racing, still holding on to that sub 35-second lap time. So I think, you know, if you look at about that 4:25 split, they have about a couple seconds now under the 35-second lap. So the question is, how well can they hold on to that pace and not dip too much above that 36 and 37-second lap time here? Still holding on, I'd say, pretty well.
Simmons with a bit of a lead, not a huge margin right now.
Now comes the turns where they really got to start to accelerate. It's hard to feel like you're relaxing too much. They're coming up to the final laps here.
Simmons crosses with 2 to go. A 36:51 lap right there.
Both skaters are hanging on pretty well. Neither skater has really dipped too much of a drop in their lap time. I think that typically when you look at a sea level time, oftentimes you relate it to about being a 1 second a lap slower than sea level rink. So for a 4:24 Salt Lake City, that's equivalent to about a 4:31 Milwaukee.
Simmons, that last lap at 37:51, and Soldan picking up it a little bit, 37:32 on that next to last lap.
They're both hanging in there. Great racing. They're fighting for it now. Really trying to dig for everything on that last turn. You can see it. You can see it in their face. You can see it in their skating.
Rebecca Simmons coming down the stretch.
Here comes Rebecca with the finish.
4:31.97. Soldan,
Awesome.
4:34.18.
So that is right on pace for what about their an altitude time would be in Salt Lake City. So fantastic racing by both of them And also, if you count for Insel being just a little bit slower than Salt Lake City, those are good races from both of them.
Ready to begin. Pair number 12. Starting on the inner is Greta Myers.
So on this pairing, on the inner, Greta Myers. And the outer, Georgia Birkland.
So Greta Myers represented us for Junior Worlds team in the last, I think, couple of years, and she actually medaled on the women's side. I believe it was silver or bronze. Excuse me, can't remember which one. But incredible up-and-coming skater. Skated a 1:58 yesterday in the 1500. Personal best in this time is a 4:09. The 3,000 meters out in Salt Lake City. Georgia Birkland represented us in the Olympics in the mass start. Skated 2:04 1500 yesterday, and a 4:19.8 is her personal best out in Salt Lake City.
So after the crossover, they'll come around for their first full lap time.
Here come our skaters. Coming up to 6 to go. Greta Myers.
Greta Myers turns in a 31:45,
4.5.
and Georgia Birkland a 32:27.
2.7. Both these skaters are out of Minnesota. Here they come.
So I believe a 4:11 is around 33 O's. Just once again, changing as these pairs go on, changing the reference point for kind of what we're looking at.
Greta Myers there at 32:05, and Birkland 32:86. So they're still in the 32s as of now.
Yeah, fantastic. Again, it's going to come down to who can hold on to these times the longest, under 33. And then once they're above 33, who can kind of control the fatigue and keep those times down and level. Use your early speed to carry you through the race.
So Greta Myers 32.45 on that last lap, 33.97 for Georgia Birkland.
So Georgia, she's still in an okay time slot, but she's got to hold it right there, at least for this pairing. In relation to her personal best time, she's actually on a good pace. 4:19 in Salt Lake City.
Greta Myers at 32.66, keeping that average right there. Birkland down a little bit at 34.58.
Both of their personal best times have been from Salt Lake City. So, like I said, Greta 4:09, Georgia 4:19, Salt Lake City.
So here's Greta Myers coming around, and after this she'll have 2 to go. See what this lap is. 33.15.
Greta's still looking strong. Both are looking strong, but Greta's still holding on to that 33.0.
Birkland there at 34.72 on that last lap. Under 2 to go.
See a little bit of fatigue in her skating, but she's hanging on to that lap time. It's very impressive.
Bell lap, Greta Myers, 34.08, down just a hair.
That's
but
a bell
still
lap. Coming around with 1 to go.
Georgia Birkland at 35.32 on that lap. 1 to go. Time to dig deep here.
They got to dig. Finishing on that last outer is always hard.
So Greta Myers looking to have the best time so far down the stretch.
Swinging 2 arms. Love it.
She'll finish at 4:11.
Wow.
.64.
Wow. Fantastic racing from Greta.
Georgia Birkland at 4:20.14.
awesome racing. You know what? Both of them came within about 2 seconds to 3. I mean, Georgia was almost right on her personal best from Salt Lake. Greta was right there as well. Fantastic racing by both of them.
When you consider the 3,000 to be that close to your personal best at sea level, that has to be an amazing accomplishment.
Yeah, and you know the thing one of the things about long track here is they are racing head to head. They are racing against the field, but I think when all the skaters are talking to each other, one of the most important things you're thinking about is how are you racing in relation to yourself compared to your PB time. You know, I mean, of course we're looking at, you know, who's on the podium, but when you see skaters that improve time after time after time again, before you know it, they will be winning.
This final pairing, Mia Kilberg on the inner and Abigail Merckx from Hungary will be on the outer, and we have a false start.
A little unusual in the 3,000 meter.
Perhaps all of the other noise and commotion around with hockey games going on in the inside might have.
That's true. You guys cannot see it in the camera, but there are 2 full-on hockey games going right now. So it's a little distracting, I'd say, but
you wouldn't think too many false starts on the 3,000.
No. They just both got to sit right now. Just don't move. All right, good.
Mia Kilberg on the inner.
Mia trains out in Salt Lake City.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is our final pair.
I don't know much about Abigail. She's a younger skater, second-year neo-senior, so that means she's been 2 years out of being a junior. So likely around the age 20, 21, 22 maybe.
Kilberg with a split there of 20.68, and Merckx 22.03 on the opener. And there's Mia at 32.39.
So Mia is definitely a 3,000 meter and mass start specialist. Her personal best time is incredibly fast compared to the field here. 4:01.98 out in Salt Lake City. Abigail has a 4:21 from Insel. And actually looking at her times, I think most of her personal best times are from Insel. So just quick side note, Insel is kind of known as a hub for many of the smaller countries in Europe that don't have a 400 meter track to go to. So a lot of them will go to Insel if they maybe grew up in short track. I'm not sure what Abigail's background was, for short track or inline, but they end up going to Insel to race, to train, to compete.
Mia Kilberg coming in, she had a lap of 32.73 on that second full lap, and this one comes in at 32.71.
Yeah, okay, so now something to keep in mind here, I think Greta set the fastest time so far at a 4:11. So that is around a 33.0 second lap. So Mia's under there. She's coming around about halfway through the race, so she's got to hold it. You know, she's looking strong, but hopefully she can hold it here and kind of finish with a good race.
3 to go, and that lap time 32.43.
Awesome.
She's holding that in the 32s every lap. 34.72 for Merckx.
Mia has a big background in cycling. I think, as I mentioned earlier, one of the most important things with these distance races is your summer training, for sprints too, but your summer training with putting a base down and really getting hours of aerobic training is just critical, and Mia definitely has that with her cycling background. And I remember she went to go be a professional cyclist. She left the sport for a little while, came back, and it was the strongest I'd ever seen her. And it was incredible because she didn't skate. She just raced and trained on the bike for a while. And I think that's really helping carrying her now, and she's realized maybe some of those training tactics that have helped her carry her through the season.
33:11 on that next to last lap.
It's an exciting race. She's still holding it down there in a 33:1. It's hard for me to calculate the exact end time here, but I think it's going to be close.
4:11.
4:11. I don't have the exact time from Greta. 4:11 something.
And here comes Kilberg.
That's
Pushing it down the stretch, and she will finish at 4:10.98.
Okay. Great racing by Mia, by Greta. Fantastic racing.
And unofficially, Mia Kilberg will have the gold medal here in the 3,000. Again, unofficially, that was close, but we're pretty certain Mia Kilberg has won the women's 3,000.
And Greta in second, I believe. In the third, I do not have it noted. We'll see shortly here in the results.
Well, that was a rather tight finish there, and Kilberg hangs on to win the women's 3,000. We want to thank all of our sponsors: the Rudy Project, University of Utah Health, the Utah Sports Commission, Rise Bar, USANA, Under Armour, and Unbottled.com. We'll take a break, and we'll be back with the men's 5,000 meters here in about 20 minutes. Welcome back to the Pettit National Ice Center here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We're starting the men's 5,000 meter competition. We have a solo skater to get things going here, Orion Gatrell will get things underway for the men's 5K. Upcoming, we'll have, after Gatrell, we'll have some quads. Perhaps 5 quads. Before we get back to the final 4 will be single pairs. Gatrell has not raced the 5,000 before, so that is one reason they're putting him out there by himself to start things off here in the 5,000.
And so one thing I want to mention now that the ladies 3K is just wrapped up is that there were, in fact, 3 spots going to qualify for the Fall World Cups. And so that first spot is going to be Mia, the second spot is going to be Greta, and then the third spot, unofficially, is, I believe, Georgia Birkeland. So so just wanted to recap before we kind of, as we segue here now into the men's 5K.
So, Brian, this is a first for Gatrell here.
Yeah.
To skate a 5,000 and to do that here in the U.S. Championships and by yourself out there, probably a little challenging, but maybe just settles him down to say, look, I'm skating.
Yeah, no, I think, like I said, it's awesome that some of these guys are getting out here. They're doing their very first 3Ks, 5Ks here at the U.S. Championships. You know, like I said, it's on the one hand, this is a small sport. Not all these clubs and not all these people have access to long track rinks. And so, especially in these early pairs, you know, we're going to see some people that are kind of newer to racing and newer to some of these distances. But, you know, it's exciting, and I think, you know, hopefully it gives some of the viewers some perspective as to kind of, you know, what a lot of these skaters go through, you know, in terms of progression. And you can see the difference in ages and the difference in skating styles and you know, I don't know, to me it's exciting seeing the progression that everyone goes through all the way from beginner to some of the more elite skaters.
So Gatrell right there with a 44.46.
So Gatrell is out of a town called Bountiful, Utah. Looks like he might have gotten involved, actually. It looks like he has a Colorado Gold skating uniform, but maybe from Utah originally. Not exactly sure of his background, but awesome to see him out here.
So 8 laps to go as Gatrell comes in at 45.40 on that lap. See if we can catch what his coach might have had up there at a 5.4. So he
has a 45.4 second split. I'm sure that they went over kind of some split times and discussed what they wanted to stay even on. It's always tough on a 5K, especially your first time, not knowing exactly what lap times you might want to go for, given that you don't have a benchmark yet. You don't have a benchmark race where you can gauge and say, you know what, I can handle 45s, I can handle 43s. You know, it's so that's definitely going to be a little bit of a challenge.
He went to a 46.21 on the lap after that, so we'll see what he comes to this time.
6 to go.
So Orion's coach there on the backstretch, Pat Wetland, very well-known coach. I've heard great things about him from many of the Colorado Gold people. Oftentimes what they do is as a team, they get Airbnbs at a lot of these places. They stay together, they cook together. So that, I mean, it's a dedicated club when they come to these competitions, they're really they're supporting each other. And I know, I think I heard it through one of their skaters that Pat Wetland has a gym in his basement, and after practices, they'll go work out at Pat Wetland's basement, or something kind of like that. And he told me that he has a beach volleyball court in his backyard, and his team gets together and they play beach volleyball after some practices.
So you get a workout for fun after you've had a workout.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
That's a good way to do things.
Yeah.
Let's see what the split is here for Gatrell. That time 49.13, so he's dropping a little bit.
And I also believe Pat Wetland was very influential in Apollo's career as a short track skater. And he coached, I'm not sure for how many years, but I think for several years there he worked with Apollo and at the elite level with in the world of short track. These outer turns at the slower speed are just so difficult. You could see once that fatigue kicks in, you don't have that lean anymore to kind of push off of, and it becomes increasingly more difficult to accelerate throughout the turn, and you can really see that here. But he's doing an awesome job on his first 5K. I'm just making the note on how difficult it can be to skate those outer turns when you're fatigued, and a lot of the acceleration from the turn comes from leaning, and when you lose your lean, you kind of lose some of that ability to accelerate. And so, I got to hand it to him. He's doing a great job here. And I believe one of his first 5Ks. But, I do actually see one time for him here previously, which would be a 9:35 in Salt Lake City, September 2021.
It looks like he could be on pace to beat that. He's going to have 3 laps to go right now. And he's at 7:26. So with 3 laps to go, what did you say his best time was?
Let's see here. If we're on about 45 seconds a lap. I have to do some math here.
If he has 3 more,
I think
50.
he might be on pace to beat that. I think that's correct. That's doing some rough math and trying to remember his previous split.
Well, he was at 50 on his last lap. 50.7.
Yeah, these last laps are so tough. And you know what? It is hard to see on screen how fast these skaters are going. Even, I tried to explain to people at high levels at the World Cup, at the World Championships, the fact that when you skate a slow stride, it doesn't look always as fast as it is on TV. And so you can see he's really kind of fighting here. He's digging in. Probably his lower back's starting to hurt a little bit. His quads are starting to fatigue, but he's doing well.
And his coaches gave him the 1-2, in other words, 51-2 on that last lap. And here he is coming around, and he's going to have 1 lap to go after he comes up this stretch.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, I would guess just finishing is what's on his mind.
Yeah, so, a 9:35 in Salt Lake, this isn't too bad of a race considering Salt Lake's going to have, a significantly faster, Salt Lake's significant. It's about a second a lap at least, so, this would be equivalent of around a 9:47 in Milwaukee if you go off 1 second a lap.
Well, right now it looks like he's just pushing to get through.
Yep.
And he's coming around that final turn on the outside. I imagine he'll get a decent hand from the crowd here just for the effort of going out here by himself to finish this 5,000. Congratulations.
And you can hear the crowd there. They're cheering him on. They love it. Awesome job.
So 10 minutes.
Yes, I don't believe it's his first 5K, but awesome work out there. Definitely. I mean, it's always a battle. It's always a battle.
And again, to your point, if you're just seeing it on the screen, sometimes it doesn't look like that somebody's moving that fast.
Faster than a lot of people can skate, I'll tell you that.
Oh, yes, yes. So here we are.
And he's got to hold it for a whole 5K, you know. Anyways, here we go. We're moving on to the next pair.
Sam Chamberlain on the inner. Landon Bogey on the outer. Landon has the red armband. And then following them will be Theron Sands and Ed Nagel.
So Sam Chamberlain, second-year junior C. I do not see a personal best time listed for him in the 5K. This could be his first 5K.
I think Landon turned around when he heard that they were calling the next set of racers to the start. Might have thrown him off for a second there. As Theron Sands and Ed Nagel get started. The openers for Chamberlain was at 23.75 and 26.09 for Boji.
Here's 2 and 3 on the way. This is pair number 3, Edward Nagel with a 23.71 opener. They're on with a
23.71 for Nagel on the opener, and Sands at 25.41.
So 3 of these skaters don't have a previous 5K time. Sam Chamberlain, Landon Boji, and Edward Nagel. Theron Sands' previous personal best time is a 6:53. So Theron Sands, I imagine, will be moving and probably lapping some of these skaters. We'll see what happens here.
Nagel at 40.53, Sands was at 38.06. And now coming across is Chamberlain, 38.74. And Landon Boji at 41.05.
So, yeah, I mean, I think it's important to mention here, 3 of these are juniors, 1 of them's a master. Sam Chamberlain, second-year C. Landon Boji, first-year C. Ed Nagel, second-year B. So going out there and racing this race, this is a tough race, and I got to hand it to these juniors. For some people go their entire skating career without skating a 5K. So it's awesome that these younger guys are getting out there and they're doing it and they're getting racing experience, and I mean, they're going to have to, I mean, they're definitely putting their training to work now, and 5Ks in an early age are definitely very challenging.
Chamberlain and Boji came in at 40 and 41 on that last lap. As Sands, you could tell his experience. He came in there at 38.69. So he's got the fastest lap time so far. Chamberlain at 41.15.
Sam with a lap time of 41.15.
And Landon Boji at 42.12. Sands actually catching up here. It's his time at 39.09. Nagel at 42.09.
Now coming up to 7 to go.
Chamberlain 41.3. And Boji at 47.41. They're on Sands, keeping it in the 30s. They're at 39.25. So in this quad, they're spread out. And Nagel crossing there at 42.57 on his last lap.
42.57. This is Sam with a lap time of 40.
So Chamberlain at 40.92.
9-2.
Boji came across 43.29 and Sands at 38.92. So Sands has passed
Coming up to
Boji.
5 to go.
5 to go now for Sam Chamberlain.
Lap time of 41.14.
41.14.
He's on the outer. And short is
Here's Theron Sands
5 years ago.
at 39.33. He's still keeping it under 40.
So, kind of going back to some reference points, sort of as what I was doing with the women's times. 40 seconds a lap is, with a 20-second opener is going to get you to about an 8:20. 35 seconds a lap will be 7:20, and as the pairs go on, we're going to eventually get down to 6:20s. And maybe 6:20 is somewhere around there. I'm not sure. We'll see. But anyways, at 6:20, it's about 30 seconds a lap. So just kind of remember these reference points as we look at their personal best times, what they're going for.
So Chamberlain, his last lap was at 41.09. He's keeping up his pace pretty well.
Awesome. And so one of the beauties of skating in a quad, especially in a 5K, is that you can kind of start to hunt down skaters that are in a quad ahead of you, which is what's happening right now.
Chamberlain across there in 37.97.
Wow, and you know, and even if you're not in the same lane as them, I think it's definitely motivating to see a skater ahead of you, and can kind of feel like you're gaining ground, and it's just a very motivating feeling.
Again, these times are unofficial. I know a couple of those were not correct that we saw there.
Here we go.
Chamberlain just making a pass.
Sam with a lap time of 41.74. Here comes
41.74 from Sam Chamberlain.
38.85.
And Sands at 38.85.
38.8 for Theron.
Broke the 14-minute barrier in the 10,000 meters with a 13.57.
So here comes Chamberlain.
Chamberlain looks like out of the Midway Club, as well as with Ed Nagel, both Midway skaters.
Sands comes across 38.49. He was at 7:33 going into the last lap. So here comes Chamberlain, finishing off at
Awesome work.
8:23.70. Sands finishes at 8:10. 92.
They're on with a season best with a time of
So holding these times right around that 8:20 mark is around a 40-second average. So this is awesome for many of these younger guys. And Theron, much respect for him getting back out there, you know, and sticking with the sport, proving that speed skating is in fact a lifelong sport. Let it be known. Thank you, Barb and Theron, proving it to us all.
Landon Boji with an 8:56.31, and Nagel at 8:48.32.
32. That is a personal best.
Sands, I believe, was at 8:10.
You said that? I believe so.
That's been
Unofficially?
that time isn't showing up
Yeah.
on our board here.
Not seeing that time for some reason.
We will end up getting that time for you here after a while. Next up, another quad.
Yep, here we go. So Jeremy Song, he's a second-year junior C. No 5K time.
Caden Woods will be the outer.
Caden Woods out of Colorado Springs. Also, no previous 5K time.
And behind them will be Max Weber and Henry Schliesting. Here at Cheer, as again we mentioned, there is some hockey going on in the middle of this long track. We're getting ready to start this next quad.
Yeah, so, and as I look up and kind of cross-reference sometimes here, it looks like, again, this is going to be all juniors in this race. Jeremy Song, second year C. Caden Woods, first year A. Max Weber, first year B. And then Henry Schlichting, second year C. No 5K time for all of them with the exception of Henry. He skated a 9:18 previously. And
So
Henry is from the Milwaukee area. Very technical skater. I had the opportunity to coach him. It looks like we're about to get going here.
They're number 4 with Jeremy Song.
Jeremy Song,
Woods at number 5 with Max Weber.
and then Caden Woods. And again, behind them will be Max Weber and Henry Schliesting. So this obviously will be an interesting quad with 4 juniors.
Four
As you said, only
juniors
one
and
with a recorded
not-
time.
And only one with a recorded time. Yeah, this, again, another interesting race. Not too much of a benchmark here for many of these skaters. So, really, you know what? I think the important thing for these skaters is getting this experience. I remember, you know, for me, in my first races as a 5K, 10K, I think one of the main focuses that we thought about was really just learning about the race, gaining experience, and then as they get older, you know, and they become, you know, more, become seniors and they become more experienced, they're going to think back on these races and, you know, they'll have experience and they'll have something to go off in their mind as to what times to hit, what rhythm to hit, what to be thinking about, what to train on in practice, all these things. So, you know, it's so important to kind of get that experience.
Song with a 36.24 first lap, 36.46 for Woods, 34.70 for Max Weber, and 35.60 for Schliesting.
Jeremy Song with a lap time of 36.4.
Song 36.43, Woods 36.54. So pretty consistent right there.
Right. So right now they're kind of in between that 35-40 range. 35 is going to be a 7:20. 40 is going to be an 8:20. So they're probably looking to go somewhere around 7:58, assuming they hold his times. So
Max Weber a 35.05, Schlichting a 37.02. So Weber with a sizable margin on Schlichting.
With a lap time of 37.93 and Jeremy Song with a lap time of 39.23.
Song dropped off, and Woods picked up a second and a half on him there in that last lap. Weber staying strong at 35.18.
These are the skaters of number 4. First half
both skaters looking comfortable.
skater out of Colorado, Caden
Pretty
Woods,
tight right there.
39.9.
Caden Woods swinging an arm seemingly throughout most of the lap.
Lap time, Max Weber, 35.41.
Max Weber, I believe Jeff said he just came through 35.41.
He has a 9-second edge over Schlichting. So certainly he is way out in front in this quad so far. And again, it is early.
It
Let's
is
see if
early.
he doesn't spend himself too much early.
Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes the first race you hit it right on the head, you know exactly kind of how to pace it, but it definitely gets easier, the more you train and the more you race to realize exactly what you got to do, pacing wise, preparation, all that stuff.
So there's Max Weber in at 3:31. So he did slow down considerably on that lap, if that time was correct that we're seeing.
So, and as we go down to the 40-second laps, I mean, that's reasonable. I think a lot of these previous skaters in the previous pair, or the previous quad, I think most of them ended around that 8:10, 8:20. So, I mean, I know they're all very different skaters, but again, with no time, I think, that would be good racing to get around that time.
Caden Woods actually crosses Caden Woods. And this is Max Weber watching
We're having a little difficulty, I think, with the timing.
Here's Jeremy Song. I know that is Jeremy Song right there. He came in at 43.47 on that last lap. He's a couple of seconds behind Woods. There is Max Weber.
This is Max Weber right here. Let's see. That's the wrong.
A little bit of a timing issue, but
A little bit.
technical issue right now. We'll just call it that.
With 4 to go.
Here's Jeremy Song. And I believe that is Max Weber right up on their heels.
So, yeah, we're having a little bit of technical difficulties up here with the defining exactly which time to which skater.
Here comes Caden Woods.
But we got about 3 laps to go, so we're going to know some final results soon.
3 to go.
Caden Woods with 3 to go.
See if we can see sometimes the coach's hand time in the case that the board goes.
There's Max
Ow.
Weber chasing them down. Excuse me.
Jeremy Song on the outer. Here comes Max Max Weber. 2 to go.
2 to 0 for Max Weber.
Caden Woods. Coming up to 2 to go.
Here comes Caden Woods. Still looking strong, keeping that tempo up. He's not showing in this shot right now. We're going back to Henry. Henry's still looking good. Low upper body. Coming around that outer. Both these skaters keeping the tempo up, keeping the pace up.
That was Max Weber, not Jeremy Song.
Here comes Caden Woods.
1 to go.
1 to go.
Henry, 1 to go.
Nice work, Caden. Nice work, Henry.
Here comes Max Weber.
Max Weber.
Little Canada,
Max.
Minnesota with the finish.
7:51.86.
7:51. He seemingly looked happy at the end of that race there. Or relieved. Maybe both. But that was a great race. That's awesome.
Jeremy Song 1 to go. Caden Woods just finished.
Henry with the finish.
And we did not get a time for Caden Woods.
And did we get a time for Henry?
That is not his time. He had a
It looked like it was around 8:15 for Henry. Regardless, that's a personal best by a lot actually for Henry. If you compare it to that 9:18, that's almost 30 seconds, 40 seconds faster. I'm not sure exactly what it stopped at.
Jeremy Song finishing. Lot to be said
Awesome.
just for finishing. That's his first ever 5,000.
Yeah, and he's young. He's a second-year C. Congratulations for just getting out there and doing it.
Our scoreboard is being reset. Let's just put it that way. It's being reset, and it will show our next quad coming up. So our next quad coming up will be Anson Quinn on the inner.
Anson Quinn, second-year B, no 5K time.
Gavin Ord, also a second-year B, will be the outer. Behind them, the inner will be Patrick Cosell and Tristan Boyd.
Here's 6 and 7. Pair number 6, Anson Quinn, Gavin Ord. Pair number 7, Patrick Cosell, and Tristan Boyd.
Anson Quinn with the white armband. Gavin Ord with the red. And our second pairing ready to get off there. That is Patrick Cosell with the yellow armband and Tristan Boyd with the blue.
Pairs 6 and 7 are now underway. First half of that pair was Anson open up with a time of 20.
Quinn with an opener of 22.53 and Ord an opener of 23.07.
So now we're getting into some older junior skaters. Second-year B, I think that's roughly 16, 17 years old.
Coming up to 11 to go.
So let's see. Anson Quinn is a second-year B. Gavin Ord is a second-year B. Patrick Russell, second-year B. Tristan Boyd, first-year or second-year A. No 5K time for Anson. 8:11 for Gavin Ord. 8:24. Patrick Russell. 8:22. Tristan Boyd.
So a 34.67 lap there for Boyd. And now we're coming along with Anson Quinn, his lap of 37.51.
34.67, I'd say. I mean, it depends on where Boyd's at right now, but that could be a little bit quick. Just referencing his previous personal best time. But he could be on pace for a big PB as well, so we'll see what happens here.
Cosell with a lap time of 36.55 and 35.82 for Boyd.
And many of these personal best times are around 8:20 in Salt Lake City, with the exception of Gavin Ord, 8:11 in Salt Lake City. But I mean, you're looking at 38, 39 seconds a lap, and that's at Salt Lake time. So if they're able to stay under that, that's going to result in a big PB. So that'd be awesome to see.
Tristan Boyd, lap time of 37.57 and 38.48 for Cosell. Each of those skaters were right in that 37 to 38 range that last lap.
Yeah, I mean, I think this will be exciting because they're either going to hang on and get a big PB, or we're going to see how they fight at the end here.
38.06 there for Ord, 38.39 for Quinn. And here's Tristan Boyd with a 38.14. Again, right
awesome.
in that range.
Yeah.
Looks like Cosell falling back a little bit with a 39.3 on that lap.
They're on a good pace. I mean, they still got 8 laps to go, so they got a long way to hang in there, but, I mean, they're on a good pace. I think they're looking smooth. They're looking comfortable.
Gavin Ord coming in that lap, 38.08. Quinn falls back a little bit, 39.82 on that lap. Tristan Boyd with a 38.88. And Cosell 39.58. Again, they're all fairly close in their lap times right now. Gavin Ord picking up a little bit of distance between himself and Quinn. 39.24.
Gavin Ord previously having the personal best time at 8:11 Salt Lake City. He's looking good out there. Anson Quinn now at a 40.8. I think for many of them, these skaters, it's tough, but you got to not let that the time drop too much per lap here. Each time you can hold it within a half second, I think that's a win right now for where they're at.
Gavin Ord crosses, and that lap was at 39.09. He's holding it right around there.
And that's a success in my eyes of what they need to be doing right now in the race.
Anson Quinn falling back a little bit. That was at 41.31. Here comes Tristan Boyd, 41.05, and Cosell at 40.35. So Ord was the only one to keep it under 40 on that last lap. Let's see if he can hold that pace coming up. Here's Gavin coming down the front stretch right now. And his time was 39.21.
Awesome. Keeping it under 40.
Anson Quinn falling back to a 42.26. So that's 3 seconds difference on that lap.
42.2. Yeah, I mean, I think, this is tough. Now they're getting towards the end of the race. It's really another level of endurance what these last 3 laps are.
Ord once again, coming in at 39.68, keeping it under 40 consistently.
Awesome work by Gavin Ord.
Quinn struggling a little bit right now. Let's see if he can hold it there and maybe even gain a little back in the last couple.
There's still a couple laps to go, swinging 2 arms, probably trying to gain back a little bit of that speed. And it is so tough at the end of a 5K when you've been fighting turn after turn to kind of maintain that speed and try to bring it back down. Here he goes, I love it. He's going 2 arms down with, I think, 2.5 laps to go.
39.84 that time for Ord with 2 to go.
Here comes Anson Quinn. With 2 to go.
Anson Quinn, a 43.42. Now these skaters are side by side. That's Cosell on the inner and Boyd on the outer. Cosell picked up over 2 seconds on that lap. Ord, the bell lap. That one was at 38.56.
Wow. Awesome work from Gavin Ord.
Anson Quinn.
Anson Quinn on the bell lap.
He was at 42.47. Cosell was at 40.13 and 42.18 for Boyd. So Ord coming around to the finish. Gavin Ord finishes, and we didn't get the time stopped right
was
there.
that an 8:05?
8:05.
I believe an 8:05, which is awesome. 6 seconds faster than his previous personal best time from an 8:11 in Salt Lake City.
Here's Anson Quinn.
First 5K.
8:27.
Awesome work. First
Cosell, 8:14. And Boyd at 8:17.
A personal best for Cosell, 8:14. Previous personal best was 8:24 in Salt Lake City. And Boyd with an 8:17, also a personal best time compared to his Salt Lake City time. So great racing all around.
Good effort by these juniors.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the only time we don't have here
Was Gavin Ord.
was Gavin Ord.
And I believe he was at, did we say 8:10?
I think,
8:11?
I can't remember for sure. Anyways, if you had, I think we might have mentioned it right as he crossed the line. Now I forgot the exact time.
There we have it at 8:05.
Okay, there we go. Yeah. Anyways,
8:05.
awesome racing by all those skaters.
So coming up on the inner lane, Jerry Metz. The outer, Zachary Jensen. Behind them in the yellow armband will be Ryan Olenek and Samuel Hart Gorman.
So now we're getting into some of the later juniors. Ryan being in first year A. Jensen being a second year A. Mack being a second year B.
So Jensen with a split of 22-29, the opener. Metz a 24-9-2 opener.
Sam Hart Gorman out of Syracuse. Ryan out of Chicago area, Park Ridge.
So Zachary Jensen crosses 37.26 for that first full lap. Metch 40.59. Hart Gorman 33.13. And Olenek 34.69.
So Sam Hart Gorman has a 7:12 PB in this race in Milwaukee. Ryan Olink has a 7:47 PB here in Milwaukee. 8:06 from Jensen, Salt Lake City. 9:16 personal best time Milwaukee for Jerry Meck.
Hart Gorman at 33.62 on that last lap.
So if you're sub 35, you're sub 7:20. All right, we already have, I believe that was Ryan making a pass in that outer lane.
Jensen was in there at 37.7. Gorman at 34.04 on that last lap.
Here comes Ryan.
36.42.
36.4. That's about right. That's about where he's going to want to hang. 35s will get him to a 7:20. Personal best time 7:47.
So Zach Jensen on the outer, and he's being chased down there by Hart Gorman, and they may have a pass here on the turn.
So Ryan's going to want to keep his lap times roughly, if he can keep it average under 37.0, this will be a successful race for him. He's kind of right there at the 37s, and I know he's already bought himself a couple laps at a little faster time.
So Sam Hart Gorman cruising along in this quad. That lap at 33.89.
Wow, awesome work.
Jensen at 37.22.
And it looks like our pairs have been more or less split up a little bit now. Everyone's kind of on their own. They need to find their rhythm. When they see someone in front of them, they got to lock them in and basically chase them down. You can catch draft even, I think 50 meters out, you can still catch draft. So it can be half a straightaway, and you might be getting some benefit from them.
Hart Gorman right there with a 34.4. Halfway through 6 laps to go. Olenek 37.62 on that lap.
Still holding it in the 37s for Ryan.
Hart Gorman looking to make another pass on.
Had to go a little wide on that skater. I couldn't see it right in that shot, but watching as he kind of went around, here we have Ryan coming in on the outer. This is Ryan's wheelhouse from his running. Just a couple weeks ago, he got a PB in the mile. His dad told me. He did a 5:25 mile. So he's definitely getting down there and running, but he wants to make skating his focus. So I knew when they said that there's going to be a quick turnaround to go from running to skating in a couple weeks. But here he is. He's been getting PBs this weekend already. So so hopefully he can do one more here in the 5,000 meter.
Again, Hart Gorman leading the way, cruising along. He was at 34.47 in his last lap. And here he is coming around the home stretch once again.
Samuel, lap time.
34.8.
Still sub 35 for Sam Hart Gorman. Awesome racing. I mean, you do a 35 flat.
Jerry's coming up to 4 to go.
That's a 7:20
Exactly right behind.
with a 20-second opener. So he's under that right now. His personal best is 7:12 here in Milwaukee. Final laps, here's Ryan we're looking at here in the outer.
Olenek came across at 37.64, and here's Hart Gorman, a 35.21. That's his first lap over 35.
They're all lining up here on the back stretch. Hopefully there's no issues here with any exchanges. Everything looks clean. Okay, we're good.
And Hart Gorman actually chasing down the pack as the other three are somewhat bunched there. You've got Olenek.
Everyone on a little different paces here.
And here's a
They're
bell
all,
lap for Hart Gorman.
all kind of lining up again all of a sudden. Hart Gorman coming around.
He was at 35.14 on that next to last lap. What did you say his personal best was?
For Hart Gorman, 7:12.
He's going to be close. I think he's going to get it.
All right, here comes. Oh, hold on a second.
Hart Gorman right here with
That's going to be
7:12.96.
I am having a difficult time looking at seeing the scoreboard here. Okay, 7:12.9. It's been confirmed here. It looks like 7:12.9 for Hart Gorman. Awesome racing. Just off his PB. Oh my gosh, by half a second. But awesome racing. All right, let's see.
Here comes Olenek.
Can Ryan go under 7:47? Fighting for those last strokes.
7:47.53.
It's a PB by 0.3 of a second. The PB is a PB. There's nothing more to say about that.
It's Zach Jensen. Jensen came in at 8:17.
8:17. That's actually pretty good compared to an 8:06 in Salt Lake City. Second year race. So nice work for Zach Jensen. And then Jerry Mack. Here comes Jerry. Second year B skater out of Chicago. Believe coming around on his last straightaway here. Oh man, it's a little bit far off the blocks, but looks like he's fighting through.
Would you say 9:16? Looks like he's going to beat that as he crosses the line in 9:07.16.
9:07. Nice work, Jerry. Personal best also for Jerry.
So Samuel Hart Gorman, the leader, at 7:12.96.
7:12. That's a fast time, and he's an A1, so you know he's still coming up. Looks like he's out of Syracuse. I'm not sure of his background as a skater. I likely imagine he trains out in Lake Placid, here and there. So.
We are going to have a break now so they can resurface the ice. Skating will resume in about 20 minutes. We'll take a break as well and be back with more from the U.S. Championships Long Track in Milwaukee. Welcome back to the Pettit National Ice Center in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. U.S. Speed Skating proud to present the U.S. Long Track Championships. I'm Ted Rutan, joined by Brian Hansen. And Brian, we've seen some good stuff so far today, but we're getting ready to see some very interesting matches and races coming up here in this men's 5K.
Absolutely. I think we still have 2 more quads coming up here, which are going to be interesting races, and then we're going to kind of start getting down into some of the very elite skaters we have here, the last 3-4 pairs. So anyways, we'll get there shortly.
On this quad, we have Carl Titelli with the white armband on the inner, Aiden Meacham with the red on the outer. And behind them will be Liam Kitchell, and from Brazil, Eder Lopez Moraes.
So a little bit of insight here. Carl Titelli, he's a second year junior A, so still a junior. Aiden Meacham, not sure on the pronunciation of that last name, as a second year B. And then Liam Kitchell, first year B. And then this Brazilian skater, Eder Lopez, looks like he's around the 35 age range, within a couple years of that.
So as they come around for the first full lap, you've got Carl Titelli, a time of 32.9, 33.99 for Meacham.
So right now their pace is right between the 6:20, 7:20 mark. Probably going to be around, if they hold that, 6:50. I think Carl would probably be looking to beat his personal best time of 6:56. So let's see. I mean, he can drop some time, but hopefully he holds it right about there, and he'll end up with a PB.
Titelli, 33.08 on that lap.
Yeah, you really got to hold it here. Carl Titelli works with Bob Corby. There you can see on the outer. Bob Corby has a pretty successful program right now, probably most notably for coaching Jordan Stoles. I know Carl trains in with Jordan a lot. They've been doing a lot of cycling. As a matter of fact, Carl's been sending me his their Strava segments every time they beat one of my old segments.
Likes to rub it in a little bit?
Something like that, maybe. I don't know.
That's okay. Just keeping you informed.
Yeah, keeping me informed.
All 4 skaters right there, that last lap was in the 33s. All 4 of them were very close.
That's awesome. So looking at the time chart here, I think we're still looking at, could be still right around that 6:50 mark. Let's see what happens here, how they hold on to that time.
Titelli was at 33.50.
He's still holding on to it. And I'll tell you what, Carl is in fantastic cycling shape. He's been doing group rides, I know, around the Chicagoland area. He grew up skating short track, actually, with the Northbrook Speed Skating Club, the same club I grew up with. And so I think he's really been able to use that short track to kind of help his turns in long track. A lot of the people that have a background in short track and switch over to long track typically have really good turns. And Carl has the height, I think, also to help him like carry speed through the straightaway in these kind of big track style. So he's been doing great.
Moraes from Brazil came in with a 33.69 on that lap, and Liam Kitchell 34.16.
So Moraes has a 7:01 personal best time in Salt Lake City. Liam Kitchell has a 7:11 personal best time, Quebec. So it looks like, I mean, we still have some laps to go, but they're on pace for personal best times here, or at least it will likely be the equivalent of what would be a personal best in Salt Lake City. Let's see what happens here.
So Titelli's last lap was in the 32s.
Is he negative splitting? That's very hard to do
Let's see what this one is.
in these longer races.
31-61.
Wow. Awesome, Carl.
That might be,
So-
that's something definitely to keep our
So
eye
he was
on.
finding his pace. He's bringing it down now. He must be feeling good.
Leader, lap time of 33.68. We got 34.
So here comes Tatelli down the home stretch, crossing. Let's see what he's got that lap at, 31.62.
Awesome work, Carl. Negative splitting. That's when the split time from one lap to the next decreases, and especially when we get down into these last laps of the race, it is not. It's easier said than done to do that. 31.6. So Carl, I mean, this is probably going to be a Pettit PB for him. Let's see what happens here.
There he is again, and he's at 31.47.
Awesome. Wow.
So Tatelli really putting it together today.
Now coming up to 3 laps.
I believe those are the fastest splits of this quad. Is that correct? That you saw so far? 31.4, 34.0, 35.3.
Here comes Carl once
Yeah,
again.
so Carl's up ahead of the pack right now. This is going to set the bar. This is going to be the time to beat, I think, whatever Carl finishes here after this.
32.07 on that lap.
So as we get into these faster races, I think it's important to remember we're taking 4 spots as the U.S. to the Fall World Cup team. So I think, I don't know if Carl's time will hold up that long, but you know, he's starting to get down there, and it will be probably one of our top times at the end of the day, top 10.
So here he is at the bell lap, 34.32 on that lap.
All right, he's got a fight here to hold on.
See if he can get sub 7 minutes.
6:56, that's a time to beat for Carl Tatelli.
It's going to be close.
See if he can get a PB. 6:42. Oh man, he's got to hug that turn a little better. Last straightaway here.
But here he comes, Carl Tatelli. He's going to finish
Really
at
close. Oh my gosh, Carl, he stood up a little bit. Come on.
6:56.03.
Okay, he beat it. 0.2 of a second. Well done, Carl.
A personal best
All right.
here at sea level.
Well done. All right, let's see. We got Aiden,
closing in.
all 3. Aiden, second year B.
Meacham at 7:20. Kitchell at 7:05.53.
7:20 is a good time for Aiden.
And Moraes from Brazil, 7:05.70.
7:05, those are fantastic times for all of those skaters. I think 7:05 would be a PB if that was skated in Salt Lake City. 7 for Kitchell, 7:11 was in Quebec. He did a 7:05 here, new personal best time. Congrats to him. And Aiden Meacham, 7:07 in Salt Lake City. 7:20. So to be about 12 seconds off, actually that's right on pace for what a personal best would be. So, you know, this is awesome racing by all these skaters here.
So coming up, we will have our final quad. So as we get ready for this quad, I'll talk about who we've got in, and then, Brian, I want you to tell us a little bit about the blocks that we have out on the track.
Sure. So as we get going here, I just wanted to kind of make a fun fact here. We are in Milwaukee, Wisconsin here at the Pettit National Ice Center, and the story behind these blocks are kind of interesting. These were made by Ralph Bruno, whose kids used to speed skate. He's the inventor of the cheese head. the cheesehead that you see at the Green Bay Packers games and in all major Wisconsin races. So anyways, fun fact as we get started here into this next quad of 5Ks.
Will Silk is out with the white armband in the inner, and Thomas Fitzgerald with the red. And now the second pairing in this quad in the yellow armband is Augie Herman, and in the blue armband, Josh White.
This is pair number 13.
So now we're starting to get down there in times. All these kids, all these skaters, I mean, the kids, they're more adults now, I suppose. Their personal best times are all sub 7 minute. Will Silk, 6:47.9 in Calgary. Nice draft. Tom Fitzgerald, 6:49. I'm not sure on that location. Augie Herman, 6:44, Milwaukee. Josh White, 6:36, Calgary. So Josh White here's from New Zealand. Again, kind of making this meet in a fairly international meet. U.S. Championships is definitely the headlining element, but there is, it's absolutely an international meet. Almost in every other one of these quads, I feel like, has some international skaters.
Silk with a 31.08 and Fitzgerald a 31.49 on that last lap. And coming up here, Josh White, 31.5, and Herman, 31.06.
So we still have a ways to go here. Looking at a 31 lap time, that's going to put them around 6:32 if they hold that even. Depends what happens here. If they hold it negative split or the time starts to drop a little bit.
Fitzgerald at 31.76 and Silk 32.12.
So oftentimes the skaters from New Zealand have an inline background. And as a matter of fact, New Zealand has oftentimes competed with the U.S. As we kind of got looped into their international qualifying races. And I remember back even when I was racing and training for the World Championships, you have the European Championships, the Asian Championships, the North American Championships, and then we include New Zealand. Because New Zealand didn't really have they got looped in with us, and so there were many meets where I remember competing directly against New Zealand skaters trying to make it to World All-Arounds, because there might have been 12 of us, they would take a certain amount of us. That's not the case here, but anyways, and it's an interesting story on kind of how they end up competing with us.
Will Silk there with a 32 flat, and Fitzgerald 32.37. White.
A little. So what happened here is they both came out even. It looked like, I believe that was Will. Was that Will Silk? No, that was
Josh White.
Anyways, they came out even. The outer skater has the right of way, and the inner skater had to give up right of way to let the outer skater go. And the reason being, typically the outer skater has more speed in a race. Especially if you come out even, especially in shorter races. But regardless, a little slip there.
So White at 31.92 that last lap. He's got the quickest time so far.
Now 5 laps to go for William, 32.48. Tommy, 32.52.
So that's Will Silk we're seeing there in the outer lane, coming through 32.4. Interesting story about Will. He actually trains out in Butte, Montana. The U.S., not including Alaska, has indoor rinks only in the Pettit in Salt Lake City. Our outdoor rinks are that are refrigerated are Roseville, Minnesota, Lake Placid, New York. And then we have a non-refrigerated rink in Butte, Montana. And Will Silk is one of the only skaters that trains there out of that rink year-round. And him and his dad, they kind of make that rink happen. The refrigeration system broke, and I was speaking with his dad last year. They had to tear out a lot of elements of it because it was poking through the concrete. And they have a DIY approach to sort of making that rink happen. And they train out there, and it's the most beautiful spot in the middle of the mountains. So much respect to Will Silk out here making this happen and training hard and being an incredible endurance athlete. I know he also does a lot of cycling and is able to also get some ice time out in Salt Lake City and Milwaukee.
Josh White from New Zealand has dropped back on his times a little bit, 33.75 on that last lap. So now with 3 laps to go, coming around, we have Silk and Fitzgerald. Silk will hit the line first at 33.39, but Fitzgerald catching up.
Yeah, wow, 32.5 for Tommy Fitzgerald, starting to keeping it right there in the 32s. Let's go back and look at their personal best real quick as a reference here.
Herman at 32.98 there. White losing some steam. He's down in the 34s.
Coming down to the final laps here.
Skaters side by side in the home stretch. William Silk, Tommy
Silk
Fitzgerald,
on the outside.
Wow, neck and neck, an incredible pairing. Will Silk's going to get a little draft coming down this last backstretch. I think that could give him the mental edge to push through on that final straightaway. We'll see what happens here.
As they get the bell lap for the other pairing. But
they're both looking, everyone's looking strong right now.
But coming down the home stretch now, this ought to be a good one as they are fighting, and it looks like Fitzgerald may get him.
Tom Fitzgerald, wow.
And Fitzgerald at 6:47.52. Silk 6:48.22. And another close race as this one's coming down to the finish. And White just nosed out Herman.
Wow.
6:48.79 to 6:48.87.
Look at that. It looks like they're sprinting down that last straightaway. Awesome racing across the board. Tommy Fitzgerald did get a personal best, 6:47. Awesome racing, Tommy. Will Silk, right on pace for what his previous personal was, except his personal was in Calgary. So to do it here at the Pettit, I mean, that's got to be a lowland personal best for him. That's awesome racing. Josh White, 6:48. Josh was on pace for what would be a altitude personal best. And Augie Herman, I unfortunately did not get a chance to cross-reference. All right, now we're headed into the single pairs.
So we have Kellen Dunphy and Dylan Woodbury.
Pair number 14. Starting on the inner is Kellen Dunphy. Outer, Dylan.
Kellen on the inner, Dylan Woodbury on the outer. And another good look at those markers from the Cheeseheads.
Yep, we have our Wisconsin pride. Pettit National Ice Center is definitely a iconic landmark, you know, from a sporting standpoint, and I think many people grew up skating here, so, you know, to have Cheesehead representation makes a lot of sense here.
And they come across for the opener. Woodbury at 20.04 and Dunphy at 20.64.
Oh my gosh, incredible draft down that backstretch by, I think that was Dylan Woodbury. You could hardly see him almost from the camera point of view. It's going to be a good pair. Kalen Dunphy, personal best time, 6:34 out of Salt Lake City. Dylan Woodbury, 6:40 in Salt Lake City. So pretty similar. Kalen has a little bit faster of a PB. Dylan Woodbury is a second-year junior A.
Kellen, a physical therapist. Here come our skaters. Dylan on the outer. Kellen on
Dylan on the outer here. His lap time of 31:72, and Dunphy at 32.2.
So we're in the 31s, 32s. Around that lap time, we're looking at 6:32 if they hold it right there-ish. Maybe 6:35, 6:36. Depends what happens here.
So Woodbury crosses again, 31:63.
63 and Kellen with a lap time of 32:28.
Kaylin Dunphy out of St. Paul, Minnesota. And Dylan Woodbury out of Park City, Utah.
8 to go.
Woodbury 31:73, keeping it right around there.
Inverted that lap, skating it faster than the previous lap.
Dunphy was at 31:83.
Kellen earned a spot on the World Cup team last season, his first World Cup team.
Kaylin Dunphy, just overhearing from Jeff Brand, made his first World Cup team last year. Awesome work.
Dylan with a 31:69 lap time, 31:98 lap time for.
Still in the 31s, 31:69 for Woodbury.
Awesome. So let's just think through here. A 32-second average is going to bring us 24 seconds above 6:20.
Coming up to
Did I do that right? 6:44.
6 to go.
Yeah, I believe so. 6:44 at a 32 average. So we're about halfway there. Let's see what happens here if they're able to
Dylan on the outer.
if they're able to hold the pace or if they drop it.
Kellen now with a lap
Holding
time.
it right on 32.0. This is a good split.
Kellen was a long time inland.
Actually, a 6:42 would be a fantastic time for both of these skaters if they were to do that here in Milwaukee.
Long distance athlete.
So if they can make that work.
Exceptional musician.
Their personal bests are what, 6:34 and 6:40?
I'd say orchestra.
Yep, 6:34.8 for Kaylin, 6:40 for Dylan, both in Salt Lake City. So I would account for about a second a lap faster in Salt Lake,
Kellen now back in the 31.
just to account for air conditions. The thinner air at the higher altitude allows for roughly a second a lap difference, though, I mean, it also depends on other factors too.
Dunphy 31:89 on that last lap.
Coming up to 4 laps to go. Dylan on the outer. Kellen
And it's closing. The gap is closing. Woodbury's still ahead, but not by much. That lap 33:41, and Dunphy at 31:91.
This is a great pairing.
skaters separated by
You-
about a half a second.
Even though they're about 10 meters apart now, I think is that Dylan Woodbury coming on the inner? I think it is. He was still probably able to get a little draft even from that far back.
Outer. Kellen Dunphy on a St. Paul.
Here we go, Kaylin coming on the outer.
With a 31:68 lap time. That
Dunphy with a couple of 31s, while Woodbury has slowed just a bit. That was over 34 on that lap.
showing why he
Oh man, that's tough when you go from the 31s to the 34s. Usually means you're starting to cross your threshold pace
comes. Coming up to 2 to go.
of what is sustainable. But now it's really tough. You just got to fight when you're in that position.
31:34 for Dunphy, and Dylan still at 34:64.
Nice work, Kaylin.
Pick up the pace quite a bit.
So Dunphy
Dylan has
really pushing it now.
4 personal.
31-2.
Dylan 6:40. Kellen Dunphy.
So here's Dunphy,
Coming around on 2 to go.
and that was at 31:26.
31-2. Looking like, let's see what time we're going to end up at.
Maybe 6:40? Just under 6:45?
6:41.
All right, here he comes. Skater out of St. Paul. Closing in.
Driving to the finish here.
Pretty dynamic style, swinging one arm, good finish.
6:42.09.
6:42, nice work, Kalen.
And Woodbury will finish at 6:54.59.
Great racing by both skaters. I think Kalen would be on the equivalent of for sure a personal best time. Dylan would probably be actually pretty close as well. So awesome skating by both of them. Awesome racing. Both a great pair for each other as well. I think really it was just those last 2 laps that were tough on Dylan. If it was not for those last 2 laps and they could have hung on a little bit more, I think he could have saved himself probably about 3 to 4 seconds right there. But I thought, you know, it's way easier said than done when you get, you know, that fatigue and it builds up, and sometimes you cross that line.
Tough to get it back.
It's tough to get it back, yes.
Okay, our next pairing. On the inner, Victor Haldthorup from Denmark. And on the outer, Jonathan Tobon. So right now, the fastest time was that last time of 6:42.09 by Dunphy.
All right, so we're getting into our final 6 skaters.
And very tight right there. The
Tobon's looking for that draft. I can almost see him accelerate out that second outer turn, eyeing that draft behind Victor Thorup. And it's so important to, if you get a couple good drafts in a 5K, it doesn't seem like much, but it really gives you a mental advantage.
And if that gives you 2/10, that's a big deal.
Oh yeah, it's 2/10, I think, scientifically, and it's like probably 6/10 mentally.
So a 30.3 for Thorup and a 30.67 for Tobon in that first lap.
Here comes Olympian on the internet, skater out of Denmark.
So Victor Thorup runs a well-known YouTube channel. Comes from an inlining background, I believe, and very interesting to follow. He talks a lot about sports science as it relates to speed skating, and he wears monitors, for example, and he'll do tests. I remember looking at one recently. He did a test at different frequencies of strokes on the turn, and he could see his lactate threshold, or I think it was his lactate threshold, something that objectively showed how tired he was, to say what tempo is the most efficient for turns in speed skating. So really interesting stuff. He has quite the following. I think somewhere around 80,000 YouTube followers. Check him out on YouTube, Victor Thorup. Also on Instagram, he posts some stuff too. So pretty cool. And John Tobon is actually a local to Milwaukee. So he's got the home crowd right now.
And a 31.29 for Tobon, as Thorup was at 30.65 and actually pulling away right now here in the first 4 laps.
So John Tobon is still pretty young. He's a first-year neo-senior. Just coming out of the years of being a junior. It's always a little bit difficult to make that transition from junior to senior, because when you're a junior you have specific junior competitions to look forward to and that are notable. Once you enter that those senior ages, it becomes difficult because you're suddenly in the world with everyone, and if you might not be medaling like you used to, or you might not be top 10 or anything, and you kind of have to refocus your goals on what you're trying to achieve. But John, he's one of our most promising skaters in the U.S. coming up, so Really exciting to see him.
Thorup just kicked out one of the hats
the
right
block.
there.
Yeah, and I believe that's all right. You know, in some 500s, they kick like 10 of them.
And it didn't affect. It did not affect Tobon at all.
No, and I believe it has to do with, I think, interference or if their intention to come back in the lane, one of those two. But generally speaking, I don't think those are usually DQs.
Thorup at 30.23 on that last lap. Tobon at 31.77.
These are some fast split times right now. Victor Thorup almost in the 29s. Tobon in the 31s. This is. Let's take a look and reference their personal bests here. Victor Thorup has a 6:17 personal best in Salt Lake City. John Tobon 6:36. So I mean, Victor Thorup does have. I mean, he's older. He has a better PB time. Joan Tobon, he's back there, but he's actually on a really good one right now, I think. Let's go back to our time chart here. 32s. It's going to be roughly a 6:44 if he's able to stay at 32 average. And actually, it's looking like it's going to be faster than that.
Thorup comes through with a 30.05.
Wow. 30 O's is a 6:20. This is awesome.
Tobon at 31.49.
Wow, John Tobon, he could get a C-level personal best in the 5K. That would just be incredible. It's going to probably be close. 2 to go here, Victor Thorup.
30.24 with 2 to go.
30.2. Victor's holding real steady here. You can see he's fatiguing, but he's holding it steady.
Tobon still under 32, but just barely. And Thorup really looking strong right now as he comes to the bell lap.
Bell lap. Victor
30.5.
is keeping that tempo up, keeping his skating dynamic. You can see he's starting to fatigue, a little wobbly on some pushes, but he's still doing the tempo. It's pretty incredible. Man, this is going to be a great race for both of them, I think, here.
So here comes Victor down the home stretch.
Two arms down. He's going for it. I think he was smiling those last 15 meters.
6:25.37.
6:25. Wow. $6:40 for John Tobon. That is awesome. So, in relation here, I mean, to do a 6:40 in Milwaukee compared to a 6:36.8 in Salt Lake City, that is, it's not a PB, but that's his best 5K he's done. That's awesome. And then Victor Thorup, 6:25. Similarly, you know, compared to a 6:17.6 in Salt Lake City, and for as seasoned as Victor is, that was a fantastic race. So, awesome work by both those skaters. All right.
This is another one of the matches that one of the races that we really want to see right here with Lehman and Dawson.
Yeah, now we're getting down there. These are going to be some of the faster times for sure. Emery has a 6:13 PB in Calgary. Casey Dawson has a 6:10 PB out of Salt Lake City. Casey Dawson, a fourth-year neo-senior, so younger, but now getting into his kind of more peak years. Emery, both of them competed in the Olympics. Emery having competed in 3 Olympics. Casey competed in 1 Olympics. They both won a medal together in the team pursuit in 2022. This group, in addition to Ethan Seprin and Joey Mantilla, are known for their team pursuit techniques together. They help kind of develop what became known as the modern team pursuit style, which is basically not exchanging. In the team pursuit, you have 3 skaters, 8 laps. Previously, and I've competed in this in several Olympics, we would exchange every couple of laps, leaders, to give a new person time to lead and exchange work. What they started doing is they would go with 1 leader. And they broke the world record doing this. Ethan, Casey, Joey, and Emery. And then they won an Olympic medal doing it. And they probably could have won gold. They were very close. They ended up with bronze due to a very difficult semifinal against Russia.
So that split 30.26 for Dawson, 31.06 for Lehman.
So let's see, we got Victor Thorup, fastest time today from Denmark. Fastest U.S. time, I believe, is a 6:40. Kaylin Dunphy did a 6:42 and a 6:40 from John Tobon. Unless I'm missing one.
Yeah, Tobon, I think they actually gave him a 6:39.94, so right at 6:40.
Okay, 6:39 from John Tobon. So right now that's our time to beat for the U.S. For the meet itself, 6:25 is the time to beat from Victor Thorup.
Dawson with a 30.26 on that last lap.
Casey Dawson, this is the photographer, outdoor photographer, coming up to 8 laps to go.
And a 30.2 and 30.7 for Lehman.
30.2 and 30.7. So these are fast splits. So 30 flats are going to get you to 6:20. 31s are going to get you to about a 6:32. So these are fast times here.
This is Olympic medalist Casey Dawson with a 29.94 lap time. Emery 30.93 lap time.
Dawson at
Emery also
29.94 on that last lap.
Wow. Starting to negative split a little bit. Apparently he has a little bit of gas in the tank.
7 laps to go.
Still a ways to go. Casey way ahead, but let's see, with that kind of negative split, maybe Emery could come back here.
29.93 there. And 31.36 for Lehman. So stretching it out a little bit is Dawson.
29.8 for Casey, 31.3 for Emery. Wow, awesome times by Casey.
All right, here we go. Coming up to 5 to go. Let's see what the split is.
29.69.
Oh man, Casey down in the mid 29s though.
With Emery posting a 31.41.
Emery with 31.4. Emery skated a 1:44 1500 yesterday, I believe, finishing second place behind Jordan Stolz. One of the fastest times ever skated at the Pettit. So to be doing a 5K after that probably isn't easy.
It took a lot out of it. I mean, let's just face it. When you put that into it.
Yeah, I mean, Jordan Stolz had an incredible 1500 as well with a lowland world record, 142. But, you know, to do a 144 is just incredible. I mean, the track record here for years was a 144 skated by Shawnee Davis. And so to have Emery pretty much in that ballpark is awesome. I think, you know, and congrats, of course, to Jordan. But I think, you know, both definitely deserve an applause on that.
29.44 on that last lap by Dawson.
Wow. Okay. All right. We got to pay attention to Casey here because he's bringing it down and he's doing some incredible splits. Coming up on 3 to go.
Coming up to 2 to go.
2 to go, excuse me.
And this one is at 29-24.
Wow, he looks good. His tempo looks good. He looks in control. He is accelerating out of that outer turn. I'm impressed. All right,
Track record here is
Casey.
6:16. Did I just hear?
Oh man, so he just did his PB's a 6:10, 6:16 track record.
There's the bell. 29-15.
I think that might be just above a 6:16 at this pace.
Very close. It'll be very close. That would be 30 seconds. Would be 6:17. Let's see him
He's on a
come down.
29.0. Wow, he's still looking good. Wow.
6:17.11.
Wow. Awesome work. Casey Dawson to do a 6:17 at sea level is just ridiculous.
And here comes Lehman.
All right, here comes Emery. And Emery with the finish.
And
And
Emery
with a 6:32. So our top. Awesome work by, oh my gosh, Casey almost set the track record. 6:17.1. All right.
And 6:32 is the second fastest American time
Yes.
so far. Thorup now falls to second overall.
So, let's see, I believe they take there's 4 spots to the World Cup. This next pair is going to be interesting.
So this next pair, everyone really looking forward to this. You've got the distance in Ethan Seprin, and then of course the overall talent of Jordan Stoltz.
Yes, Jordan traditionally I'd say is known as a sprinter, but really he's an all-rounder. And I think hearing through the grapevine, I think it's maybe it's known, I'm not sure. I think he's going for an all-round championship this year, which includes a 5K and a 10K. But he raced an incredible 5K a couple weekends ago here in Milwaukee, a 6:23.8. So this will be exciting. You're watching someone that's traditionally coming at this from a little bit of a sprint background, but is really transitioning kind of into endurance races. And Ethan, who is an endurance specialist and really just an incredible endurance athlete, one of the top endurance athletes we have in the U.S. right now. Also part of the Team Pursuit Olympic medal back in 2022. Some quick stats to note about Jordan Stoltz. 3-time world champion last year, youngest person to do it, and I believe first person to ever do it in modern day. So, I mean, there's a lot of interesting things going on in this pairing. Jordan Stoltz coming in on a nice draft off Ethan Seprin. That momentum's really going to help him, but there's still yet a ways to go, so hopefully they're able to pace this out okay.
Jordan with a 30.78, Seprin a 30.57.
I think these are some solid splits to start with. They both look good. They both look comfortable.
Both these skaters have
6:12.3 personal best time in Salt Lake City for Ethan Seprin.
both these skaters represent the United States 10 times. Now coming up to 9 laps to go. With Jordan with a 30.87. Ethan picking
Both
up
of them
the
looking
pace
really
with
good
a
now.
30.38 lap time.
Looking comfortable.
And it was Jordan who broke his own track record in the 1,500 meters here yesterday. Skaters are in the corner. Here they come.
I think what Jordan's known for most is he has incredibly smooth turns. Accelerates really well. Smooth straightaways too. But I think when a lot of people talk about
30, 32.
the magic of Jordan Stoltz's style, it's oftentimes you hear the turn. Straightaway as well, but the turn is just super solid.
Matthias award winner. That goes to the #1 skater in the world. He was the youngest ever to win that award. Here comes
Stoltz
skater
keeping it
on the outer
and Separate around the 30 mark. Let's see what this split is. Separate at 30.2, Stoltz at 30.29.
They're both negative splitting a little bit. I mean, 30 seconds a lap. 620 PB. Or I mean 620 time is what the rough estimate. Coming back down the front stretch.
6 laps to go now. Stoltz at 29.48, picking up the pace a little bit right now.
That was a huge negative split. He's feeling good. Question is he going to hold it? And is Ethan going to follow?
Now in the corners. With the exit. Jordan on the outer. Ethan on the inner. They are coming up to 5 laps to go.
Let's see what this split is.
5 laps to go.
29.75.
Wow. Jordan's still in the 29s. Ethan's still hanging on in 30.3. Nice work, both of them, both skaters.
500 meters here at the pennant. We'll see him tomorrow. And Ethan, tomorrow in the 1,000 meters. Let's see how that shakes out. But we are underway with the 5,000 meter. Here they come. Jordan.
Stoltz
Ethan.
on the inner.
Up to 4 to go.
Let's see if this is also under 30. Right at it, 30.01.
Wow.
Separate, 30.3.
Amazing. Jordan still holding on to that 30 O's. 4 laps to go.
Make some noise here, ladies and gentlemen. This is one heck of a performance. These skaters are skating their heart out right in front of us.
6:23 is going to be the time to beat for Jordan.
On the outer, Ethan on the inner, coming up to 3 to go. And now
3 to go. That lap at 29.93. Separate at 30.29.
Ethan's still in there. It's still a race.
3 laps in the 29-second range. All right, skaters are now entering the corner. Here they come. Jordan at the exit, into the home stretch. Jordan on
Here comes Stoltz.
Awesome skating by Jordan.
All right, here we go.
2 to go.
And 2 to go. Jordan.
29.7.
Ethan, 30.75. Jordan right now.
Jordan's still in the 29s. Looks like Ethan's still in the 30s. He's having an incredible race.
Casey had it.
Jordan has really dynamic style for the end of a 5K. This is awesome to see. Still staying dynamic, staying in it.
1 lap to go.
And he'll get the crossover to the inside. 29.77 on that last lap.
Awesome work. Jordan's still in the 29s.
Doesn't look like he'll be able to catch Casey Dawson's time.
I'm trying to do quick math. No, I don't believe so, but it's going to be a good race. Can he beat his previous personal best time of 6:23.8? Yes.
6:20.
6:21. Awesome.
0.77. And Seprin at 6:27.
An awesome
99.
race. That's an awesome race as well. So Casey Dawson will be our 5,000 meter U.S. champion unofficially. And then I believe second, Jordan Stolz.
These skaters come around. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
And then Thorup
Awesome.
had a 6:25, but Seprin with a 6:27 will be the third American
Yes,
time.
the third American time. And then do we know the fourth time? Is it Toban? Or am I missing somebody?
Lehman was at 6:32.
Oh, Lehman. Lehman or Toban? It's Lehman, I think. Emery.
Concludes day 2 of the U.S. long track speed skating.
What
Awesome
a performance. And that will end our action here today from Milwaukee, our day 2. We want to thank all of our sponsors before we get off of here. We want to thank Unbottled.com, Under Armour, USANA, Rise Bar, Utah Sports Commission, the University of Utah Health, and Rudy Project. And I certainly want to thank you, Brian Hansen, for stepping in and helping us out today. It was great to have you here, and we saw some very, very impressive skating.
Awesome to be here. This is my first day announcing speed skating, and I had just had a great time with it. So thank you guys for having me. Thank you to the Pettit. Awesome day racing.
Folks, that's going to do it for us today from Milwaukee, but tomorrow we'll have day 3. Come back for some more U.S. speed skating.